Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Mulhouse here in eastern part of France. As you can hear, we've got cars on the circuit for free practice. We are moving into the weekend action. It's overcast, it's drizzling slightly, but we've got people out on the circuit. We have divided into A and B, with the first 64 being in the A section. So effectively, we've got two race meetings going on at the same time here, and we'll be bringing all of the action, weather permitting, have to keep saying that, of course, to you live here on RC Racing TV with Shepherd Infinity and with Jeep. Good to have your company this morning, wherever you are. It's a nice bright and early start. The pits are beginning to fill up, and we have got cars out on the circuit at the moment, just doing their warm-up before free practice. This is the 11th round of free practice, and this is the top group. This is the bottom group, Group 1, who are out there at the moment. So effectively, the first two groups that we're going to see this morning are the B. That's a different race meeting from the top 64, which is the A. That's how it works out. A little bit confusing, I know, but that's how it is going to work today. Right, let's have a look at what's going on the circuit as we are coming round to the start of this session. Just waiting for our timing to give us the grids here this morning, and don't forget to keep up to date with us here on the live chat. We're watching that as it goes on. And we are coming round to start this free practice session for the first group. So first two groups are in the B finals, and the rest of it, the other 7 groups, are in the A part of the competition. So we can now have a look at the grid. They'll be coming into the pits in just a moment to set up for this free practice session. There are the drivers who are out there. Remember, these are the B qualifiers. So this is what is termed here controlled practice, but basically that allows the guys to get themselves back in the groove. And not everybody going out there this morning, as you can see. I'm pretty certain that we've got information there. Well, they're cracking through this morning. This is the second group. This is the second of the B group then. And again, 5 minutes on the clock. So just recapping what we saw yesterday with Bruno Coelho. Regardless of what happens today, he will be the top qualifier whatever happens, having topped the times in 3 sessions. And we are hoping, weather permitting, to get another set of qualifying in today, plus SuperPole and the lower finals. It's a tad warmer this morning, or maybe it's just because the cold hasn't seeped through to our bones yet. Go to the east of France, said Nick. It'll be warm and lovely, said Nick. We can see our breath this morning. So it is a tad chilly. Circuit holding up very well, though, and dried out pretty quickly yesterday, even after the amount of water that we had on it, which was exceptionally large. I've had a look at the track this morning, and we'll play that out for you later on today, giving you a little bit of a closer look at some of the more technical parts of the track with our track guide. The pits are not full this morning. Tried to have a word with 1 or 2 people, but it seems that 1 or 2 are having a bit of a lie-in this Friday morning, or maybe exploring Mulhouse, which is a very pleasant city here in the east of France on the borders of Germany and Switzerland. And at various stages in its history has been part of the Holy Roman Empire, Switzerland, Germany and France, and swapped back between them as well, which is a real problem for their football team, which was incorporated in the late 1800s, and they've played in several different leagues because of that. And it's notable for the fact that Arsene Wenger started his playing career here. Also Mulhouse, from my world, Tom Dillman is a native of this area, single-seater driver. Formula Renault 3.5 and various other single-seat formulas, which I have to say, in all the time I've commentated over him, I didn't realise that. So coming to just beyond halfway in this session, and René Kelderup in the number 2, looking at decent times here. It is chilly this morning. Before we left last night, had a word with Bruno Coelho, who will be our TQ today and for the finals day on Saturday. And it was noticeable yesterday afternoon just how quickly the temperature did drop, and he was saying it did affect the handling of the car. But he was another driver who was absolutely certain that the engine, whilst it's important, doesn't play such a big part here. Over this week, he says he's tried 4 or 5 different engines, and normally one engine gives him about a tenth or a couple of tenths around a track at this length of lap. But not this weekend. They are virtually identical in terms of what the car's doing. More about that in our track guide later on today. So this is practice for the second group and their 11th practice session. Plenty of track time this week. Most of the drivers have been on site since last weekend. Let's drop back onto another car, Ash, please. Thank you. On the far side, of course, we have the guy who's right at the back. There he is. Through onto the Infinity infield section. Really tough. Absolute concentration required. Time is up. Don't forget, we can see your comments on the live stream page on YouTube. Just, good morning to you all. It is just after 9 o'clock Central European time. So another early start. This time yesterday we were all huddled together like penguins for warmth and trying to stay dry. They are rattling through these practice sessions. This is the third heat of drivers. Drivers being reminded that it's only warm up, don't race each other. Yep, good luck with that. So we're moving now into Group 3, which is the first of the A groups. These are 5-minute sessions for this controlled practice here at the EFRA 1/10th IC Track Championships. Live coverage here on rcracing.tv. The drizzle that we had this morning seems to have cleared up. Drop back onto the next one, Ash, if you don't mind. On that far corner. Here he comes. And again, would just mention, and you can see from the graphic on the right-hand side of the screen, not everybody out this morning. Christian Lenher and Gerard Schudi not out on track in this session yet. Not everybody getting it right either on the replay. Just a quick refuel there, and I think that's good enough. Happy with your car? Yeah, I'm very happy. Put some more fuel in it. We'll have another 5 minutes, another 2.5 minutes at least. Right, let's head back out onto the track. Halfway through this session. So this is the third heat of drivers, first of our A race this weekend. So basically 2 race groups here that are split and will not come back together. Drop back on the next one as well, Ash, if you don't mind. There we go. Oh, perfect timing. Quite a tight pit lane there. Oops, bit too much curb. Would have done well at the off-roads a week or so ago. Which was, of course, won by Bruno Coelho. Very affable Portuguese competitor. Very happy with his performance over the last couple of days. It's been difficult for the teams and drivers here because there has been a number of changes in the schedule. Last 40 seconds or so. The EFRA officials making what I think was a very brave but very sensible decision on Wednesday to have a couple of ranking qualifying sessions when they were supposed to have been on Thursday, but bringing them forward, taking advantage of the lovely weather on Wednesday. And that paid dividends because we lost all of the running from yesterday up until 4:30 and then ran through till just after 8 o'clock. Which allowed us to get another couple of qualifiers in. And that's that session over and done with. Now remember, these are 5-minute sessions, so the laps completed, if they have been out all the time, that's not indicative of qualifying. And next will be the 4th heat. Rattling through these at the moment. Again, 5 minutes on the clock. Morning to everyone. Hello to Kevin, to William, to Ross. Early tuned in to us today. Very, very chilly this morning. A lot of exhaust out of the Carlos Manuel car that we were watching there coming into the pit lane. Also in there, the 9 of Yannick Namslo. Watching the 8 of Anthony Brioche there, the Frenchman. Bright orange. We'll stay with this one for a lap, Ash, if you don't mind, and we can talk our viewers round. That's the finish line. Round past the Jeep pit lane and into the grandstand corner. Down Shepherd Straight through this fast right-hander. Staying in the middle of the road there through the chicane. And into the infield. And a 3.6 for the forward roll there. Forward somersault. Into the infinity infield. That's the technical part. And round to complete the lap there. As we go through the groups, you'll see the higher ranked drivers using a little more of the curb, a little more of the road. Just pause there for a moment, Ash, and we'll pick up the next one if you just come wide a bit. Lovely. And there we are. Nicely done. Gilles Rascat on screen at the moment. 2 minutes to go. This is practice. Just a little spin there from Gilles. It is very cold this morning, a little bit of dampness in the air, quite humid. Morning to Philippe, Schoenberg and to Tyler. Green and yellow car is Mikhail Abrahamic. As we've got about a minute left on this one. So again, everybody just dialing themselves back in, making sure that all the equipment is working well, and their brains and their fingers. As we rattle through practice round 11. Last half of minute for that. And we should see everyone heading into the pits. Just come out nice and wide, Ash, and give everybody a look at the weather this morning. Thank you. And there's the result. Again, just 7 of the potential 9 drivers coming in to the pit area and up onto the rostrum. And very quickly we'll head on to Group 5, or Heat 5. Getting to halfway through the A side of things. TVG, the Viridian Green, says, is the smoke from the tyres? No, the smoke is from the exhausts. 5 minutes of this controlled practice for Heat 5 drivers. So you'll notice it's on throttle up. Fuel and oil mixed together. Mirko Thalheimer on the screen at the moment. So it's a 2-stroke premix. Effectively, anyway, that's the easiest way to describe it. So what goes in as a fuel has to lubricate the moving parts as well. Into the pits for Thalheimer. I should get myself in a seating position today where my right knee is going to come into contact with the edge of the table pretty much every time. James Connolly in the blue and white. Number 6 in this group. Very distinctive car colour. Thank you, James, for that. Let's drop back onto the next car out there, if you don't mind, Ash. There we go. Jean-Baptiste Janot. Julian Colas. No, check that. James Connolly, the fastest man out there at the moment, with an 18.3. That's not bad for this time in the morning. Luke Pittman asks if we can get a view from the driver's stand. Not at the moment. We're not allowed up there whilst the drivers are driving. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll try and film something up there in one of the downtimes and play it out tomorrow. Good idea, Luke. And we have a closer look at the track later on today as well, before we go with the afternoon sessions. Jean-Baptiste Janot still good. Morning, Matthew Moore, who's joined us as well. Ash, Harry and John are the team this morning. Is that Daniel Thiele, the number 4? It is, isn't it? My eyes are working better this morning. Either that or I'm just getting used to the speed of these things. I have to understand that we're watching this on a screen not much bigger than a smartphone. Yeah, it is Thiele, and that is Thiele with dead engine, I think. That's a flame out, is it? Yeah, going back to the pits now, so we can pick up another car. Under a minute to go. And that, I think, is Kevin Lenher. Is that the number 2? That number is at least 4 pixels high in what I'm watching. There must be something different with the light today. I couldn't read the numbers at all yesterday on the far side of the track. But either that or Ash is getting a bit tighter on them. Thank you, Ash. Remember, this is just practice as we come to the end of this session. It's not mandatory to come into the pit lane and take these sessions, of course. Up to the individual teams and drivers. Each of the countries have a team manager. European Championships here at Mulhouse. Next up, Group 6. So into the top half now of the A race weekend. Top 64 qualified through into the A race. The rest of it. So, on the circuit, the 5 minutes is running. So halfway through, or getting down to halfway through this session. And the only Austrian here this weekend, Gerhard Kandelhart, doing the best time at the moment. Thank you to Javier, as we can have a look at replay here. And that is the 6-car Patrick Fankhauser, Swiss driver, getting too much onto the dirt there and then losing it. Was that the 6? Yes, it was. So qualification should be starting around about 10 o'clock. So that's in half an hour's time. And then we've got SuperPole at about 11:30. And then that should take us to about 12:30. And then a gap to the finals at 4 o'clock this afternoon. All those times Central European summertime. Hello, Philip Mayer, joining us. And 1W as well, back with us today. Just under 2 minutes still to run. That is our leader, I believe, the 7-car, or is it Dan Jakob? It is Dan Jakob, number 1. My apologies, 1 and 7 looking very similar. Barely a couple of pixels different. Last half a minute for the 6th group of drivers. Oh, nice tight shot there. Thanks, Harry. Good stuff. Seeing the cars working really well on that Infinity infield section. That's the technical part of the track. Now down the Shepherd Straight into that right-hand kink. The pits corner furthest away from us. And then already heading back towards us. That, ooh, still a little bit slippery out there, isn't it? See that clearly from Dan Jacobs. Go back out to a wide now, Harry, if you don't mind. Thank you. And here's how those guys went. Remember, the laps here, 15 laps. Looks good compared to qualifying, but in qualifying they only get 4 minutes. And that's a 5-minute session that they've had here. So we'll move on to the 7th heat. So this one and 2 more. Getting into the higher seeded drivers here. And already a problem for Kevin Raskin. Oh dear. Coming back towards us now. Basil Conchialdi in the 7. Conchialdi, one of the Shepherd runners here this weekend. Shepherd, Infinity and Jeep bringing this live coverage to you. So if you're in the market for any of their products, please think of that, supporting your sport on this live broadcast. So we have the remaining qualifying session, the SuperPole, which I'm very much looking forward to because I've not seen before. And then the what's called the lower finals, so the 16th and the 8th finals for both the B and A part of the draw. And those are 20 minutes each, so that will mean pit stops. Round here the car's probably running 4.5, 5 minutes. Bryce Turco on the screen at the moment in that distinctive fluorescent pink with the white top, and now heading back to, it's Mark Green I think on the 3. Oh, no, I was wrong. So down to the last 2.5 minutes of this session. Is that the 7? Turquoise. No, it was the 3. I was right the first time. Should have gone with it. I thought that was Mark Green's colours. Into the pits. Might just be me, but I think the wind is getting up here. Last minute or so. Coming round to the 2 fastest seeded groups of drivers. That's good concentration from this pair. Ah, oh, what did I say that for? In there, Basil Conchialdi going through in the multicoloured yellow car. Let's have another look here. It looked good to this point, didn't it? And then there's just a little wobble and a dive down the inside. And over goes Bryce Turco on the 2. Last half a minute. Remember, these are just practice sessions, not counting towards the final grid spots. Oh, interesting line there from Bryce. 5 seconds to go. Now what did Bryce do here? I was all right at that point. Just a bit too much throttle. And spun to the infield. No harm, no foul, considering he's already been on his roof. Right, back into the pit lane. and it was Sergio Franch Codina. But again, don't worry too much about these times, because what we're looking at here is a 5-minute session rather than a 4-minute session that they will get in the final qualifying. Just let you know that the B fifth qualifying session will be starting at just before 10 o'clock Central European time. So we're talking about 20 minutes time. And then SuperPole finals at final runs starting at 11:30 local time. We'll take a break after those have gone. That should take about an hour. And then the 16th final B and A and the 8th final B and A from 2 o'clock 4 o'clock this afternoon. Sorry, 1600 Central European Summer Time. The organisation of the Mini Kart Club Mulhouse, excellent, and rattling through these morning practice session. 11th session of practice for these drivers, and the 8th of 9 groups. Watching the 2 of Quentin LaRue. Let's drop back here, Harry, please, and pick up the next competitor. Whizzing interview in the bright orange. To me, looks like, is that Timo? Timo Leinu? Mustafa Alp, Turkish driver in this session as well. Thilo Todman, I think that is, in the 3. Bright green. Thilo, another Shepherd driver. Looks like he's getting a good rhythm this morning. Last minute and a half. Daniele Ayalasi, Italian, getting some practice in at the moment. Next up will be our top group. And surely our winner will come from this. Last half a minute. Francesco Tironi there. Oh dear. Now let's have a look, see what he did wrong. Right from the middle of the road. Through the chicane. Burst of power there. You just get on the throttle. Too much on the inside right curb. Thank goodness we moved our camera a little bit further back. Time has expired. So we move on to the final heat. Thilo Tutman. Best 16 laps in the time out there. Very nice. So that was quick. So our final group of drivers. Bruno Coelho, number 1, and has TQ'd already. Top qualifier with topping 3 of the 4 qualifying runs that we've had. But he's been given a run by Tony Gruber and Dominic Greiner this weekend. You'll recognise quite a lot of these names, I'm sure, if you are regular here on RC Racing TV. Just to underline those times that I've been given this morning from Javier, our EFRA representative, because they have been changing over the weekend. So this is the final controlled practice session. Everything from here counts for something, with qualification, the 5th run of qualification starting next for the 2B categories groups, and then from Group 3 to Group 9 all in the A part of the competition. After that, then we'll run straight into SuperPole, then a break at about 12:30 through to 4 o'clock. Alessio Mazzio on screen. Showing early. Now, who's not out there? Oh no, there's 9 of them out there now. Leo Arnold's just a little late on parade. Tony Gruber. Oh, nice save from the German driver. Surely our European champion is coming from this group. Dominic Greiner, another one of the German contingent here. They've got a big team, so have the French. Greiner did top one of the earlier sessions, qualifying 3 from memory as he heads into the pit lane. Fifth round qualifying runs to come next. Get serious. Bruno Coelho, Portuguese driver, already captured the top qualifying position, having topped 3 runs yesterday. Not really showing his hand here. Ozzy just making a few little tweaks to the car. Communication between driver and mechanic, very important. It's not as if you can radio through to them as you can in 1-2-1 scale racing. Oh, great slide, but beautifully caught. Alessio Mazzio again showing his skills on the sticks. See if he gets a little bit smoother power delivery. Yes, he did through the grandstand corner. Extraordinary stuff. Philip Schoenberg, what SuperPole? Can't find anything about it. I'm told it's very exciting, Philip, and I'm looking forward to it because I've not seen it before either. Six out there at the moment is Alex Thurston, one of the British contingent here, in bright pink. Last 10 seconds or so, and then we'll be into qualifying. Stay with us here on rcracing.tv, live from France. Infinity Shepherd and Jeep bringing you this exclusive live coverage. Everybody into the pits this time around. And just for the sake of probity, there's the results. 16 laps by the quicker drivers in that 5 minutes, the ones that stayed out the whole time. Robert Peach and Alessio Mazzio, Tony Gruber, Bruno Coelho. We saw him have a pit stop, so did not run the full 5 minutes there. So that is our final practice session. From here on in, we are going to the 5th set of qualifying runs. So qualifying 5.
5 minutes to start.
And that is about 5 minutes away. So coming up next will be the qualifying 5 heat number 1. So the B final or B part runners. And here's who's going out, looking to improve their times. Now these are 4-minute sessions. These drivers 12 laps, probably in 4 minutes. Might see a 13, but I'd expect them all to do 12. And the running order: Thomas Viconia in 5, then Porres Serralugu, 4 John Redboer, in 3 Patrick Coté, in 2 Hugo Mendes, 1 9 is Richard Chevrolet, Lucas Mara is 8, Marco Tanner is 7, and Henrik Eilers in 6 or on 6. This is their warm-up to the qualifying, so they get a little time just to dial themselves back in, and while they're doing that, we'll have just a quick breath here. So, fifth and final qualifying session for our B runners here in the first group of drivers. Groups 1 and 2 have been seeded into the B competition. There will be no changes from that. Well, now they are racing for their positions within the B category. It should be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 9, 8, 7, 6 out in this. Thomas Vicoin leading them out. That is Vicoin, Seralogu, Vedboer, Corte, Mendez, Chevrolet, Mora, Tanner and Eilers. Brings them out of the pit lane. 4 minutes. Now, if you are new to this form of racing, this is not about the ultimate fastest lap. This is about how many laps you can get in the allotted time. And all of those drivers who get the same number of laps, then the lowest amount of time puts you higher up the standings, if that makes sense. So let's say that everybody gets 12 laps in the 4 minutes here. If Harry does it in 4 minutes or 1, Ash does it in 4 minutes or 2, and I do it in 4 minutes or 3, then clearly Harry's quickest, Ash is second, and I'm bringing up the rear. Now the track is getting quicker. There was no real overnight rain, just a little bit of heavy humidity, slight drizzle this morning. These drivers yesterday getting 12 laps in 4:12 to 14, but we are looking at 12 laps in the 4 minutes here. Thomas Vicoin on the 5. Possibly a 13 lap run here for Thomas if he can put this together. Spin there. Let's have another look. That is going to be very costly indeed. Oh, he just rolled it on that inner curb coming up to the pits. Hugo Mendes there, Portuguese driver. See if we can pick up the number 5, which is Vicoin. There he goes. He's got half a chance of a 13-lap run here. He's right on the bubble with 2 minutes to go, but has to be right on it. Poyraz Serizlioğlu, the Turkish driver, 5 and 4. So Vicoin and Serizlioğlu are the two drivers on the top of the standings at the moment, but they're separated by nothing at all. Around about half a second. I don't think we're going to get a 13-lap run here. Although Henrik Eilers, the German, now looking good as well. This is this number 6 car. And he's just put a couple of cracking laps in. He's on the bubble as well. That is Poyraz Serizlioğlu. And we're getting a bit of sunshine coming out, playing havoc with me being able to see the screens, but good news for our drivers. Actually, the drivers are undercover, and the changing light is an issue. Talking to one or two of them yesterday about the shadows when the sun comes right in front of them. They are looking into the sun this morning, and they much preferred it yesterday afternoon when the sun had gone further round. Last 35 seconds. Oh, Vicoin still right on the bubble to get a 13-lap run. Needs a couple of good laps in this last 20 seconds or so. Remember, if you get through before your time expires, you will get that lap. Really important to keep the concentration right to the end of the 4 minutes. Final qualifying. SuperPole and the lower finals coming up. The time has expired. They'll be allowed to finish the lap that they're on. They should be coming into the pits any time now. Oh, look at that. Thomas Vicoin misses out on a second lap by 13th lap by 1.2 seconds. I said he was on the bubble. Poraz Serizliogu, second place for Turkey. Lucas Moura, Marco Tanner, Hugo Mendes following through. So we'll move on to the second set of drivers, which is our second of the B event. Remember, effectively running 2 events now. With the first 2 groups of drivers in the B, everyone else in the top part of the draw. 64 in the top, the remaining drivers into the B. Almost 90 drivers here for the weekend action. And live qualifying, final qualifying for the top group of the B side of the competition coming up in just a moment's time. Bright sunshine greeting the top group of drivers for the B part of our competition, the EFRA 1/10th Track IC European Championship Finals here at Mulhouse this weekend in France. Hello there, it's John Hindhaugh and the rest of the RCRacing.tv team. And here are the drivers who are about to go out. Thomas Andrade, I reckon, and this is very unofficial, the Portuguese driver will be the top qualifier for the B side of things once we get into racing. This is the final qualifying session. Very nearly 90 drivers qualifying or turning up here this weekend, and in the early part of the week they were seeded top 64 into the A event and the B event with the remainder, and these are the top 10 in that B event as far as the seeding is concerned. And they're all in the pits at the moment for their final 4 minutes of qualifying. Everybody just pulling up down in the pit lane. Quick refuel. It should be Bruno Ilezord, Max Berger, then Thomas Andrade, the number 3. So third car out the pits, Ash, should be the number 3, who I reckon is the top qualifier in the B. If we can pick him up. It's the number 3 going out there is the bright yellowy fluorescent car. Excellent, well done. So the Portuguese drivers loving this track, with Portugal on top qualifying for both of the sides of the competition. Very difficult wind today, blowing right across the track diagonally from the first right kink at the end of the Shepherd Straight, pretty much right into our faces here on the short run at the end of the Jeep pit lane exit. Three minutes to run. Max Berger and Thomas Andrade, Bruno Ilezord, the top 3, 4, 3 and 5. Let's see if we can pick up Bruno Ilezord, who is the number 5. Oh, is that? Who's that? Who's just gone over right underneath us? I do like the fact that our race director keeps saying, come on guys, be sensible. It's final qualifying, for goodness sake. Drive through being called there. Didn't hear what number. That would have been for holding someone up. René Kjellerup, Danish driver, heard his number called there. Very important to be mindful of those around you, both in qualifying and, of course, when you're being lapped in the race. And the race director will call out your number and may bring you as a drive-through or park you in the penalty box if he feels you haven't been helping your fellow competitors. Bless you, Harry. That's the sun coming out. May have to get the eye respect out in a moment. Olivia Goedebecker, Belgian driver, has popped to the top. Still only 12 laps in these 4 minutes, though, on the predictive timing that we have in front of us. Last 3/4 of a minute for the qualifying for the top group in the B part of the competition. Thomas Andrade has dropped way down. I think he's had a problem. Portuguese driver. And I just heard his number called as well, so he's in trouble with the race director. Next we move on to the first of the A part of the competition and their final qualifying. Still to come today, SuperPole from 11:30 till 12:30, and then 4 o'clock this afternoon, Central European summertime. We start our finals with the 16th and 8th finals for both sides of the competition. Time has expired, and it is the Belgian driver Olivier Goudebecker who has taken the top spot in that fifth and final qualifying session. 12 laps in 4:07. So it will be the third group of drivers to come up next, and that will be our first in the A part of the competition. While they get ready to come out, we will just take a short break.
Ash, tape it to the handle. Yeah.
We're just waterproofing our cameras as we go along here.
Come on, marshals. Sorry, marshal number 7 and number 3 last call.
Morning to Josh Barhorst, joining us live on rcracing.tv. And this is warm-up for the fifth and final qualifying runs for the third group of drivers. That's the first in the A part of the competition. So this is the final qualification run for the bottom 10 seeds in the A part of the competition this weekend. Juraj Hudi will lead them out from Roger Fazler, Bo Nielsen, Peter Spratley, 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1, Christian Lenher, Antonio Guedes, Dominic Mukjak, Clement Bioy, Roman Kolny and Johan Karl. 4 minutes is running for the last opportunity to improve qualifying. SuperPole to come, which if you haven't seen before is quite exciting. The top qualifier in each of the A and B parts of the competition is locked into his position in the A main final, or the B main final, if you will. So second through to 6th in qualifying go out, and they have here 4 minutes. And instead of a amount of laps to do, it is about the ultimate fastest lap. So that's second through to 6th, second, third, fourth, 5th. I wonder if it's just because we've only got 4 runs here, it must be just second through to 5th here. The fastest of those SuperPole runners advances to the main final in either the B or the A part of the draw, depending on where they are, of course, and effectively sits in position 2 alongside the TQ driver who's already in there as of right. And the other drivers in the SuperPole go to the semis. No Gilles Groscamp this weekend. Josh Barhurst asking. And good morning to David Verman. And Philip, your question, very, very good indeed. Full flush, real water, including hot water for washing your hands. Oh, 2 cars have come together on the Shepherd Straight there. And that's damage for both of them. And the marshals are bringing the cars back to the pit lane. But they are both damaged, and I reckon that's their qualifying done. I think it was Antonio Gardesh and Christian Lenher, 1 and 10, I believe. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say, with the 2 cars involved there. Peter Spratley, the man most likely at the moment. And we're looking at, again, 13 lap runs here for the majority of the drivers. Good morning, Felix Vier. We are in the final round of qualifying with SuperPole to come for the B and A part of the competition before our lunch break at about midday here Central European summertime. Currently 23 minutes past 10 at Mulhouse. Spratley and Juraj Hudi, numbers 5 and 2, the drivers leading the timing at the moment. Last opportunity for drivers to improve their position, possibly get into the SuperPole. These drivers well down the rankings at the moment. Just heard the hooter, so we should get the full results in a moment or two time as they come back into the pit lane. And yep, 13 lap runs then for half the field, in fact a little more, with Juraj Hudi with a 4:12 and 13 laps. Also, 0.2 of a second, look at that, between Spratley and Hudi. Very closely matched indeed. Well, this is the brightest weather we've had since we arrived here on Wednesday, but the wind is an issue here, blowing right across the track and through our broadcast position. As we are into final qualification runs. Quali 5. Picking up bits of equipment to weight down our papers here. Morning to Nigel, who's joined us on the live coverage. Look at the sunshine. Isn't that a great sight after the last couple of days? The weather forecast for today was absolutely dreadful. Here are the drivers who'll be coming out for the next session. As ever, the start numbers all get a chance at going out first. Mikel Abrahamic will lead them out from Carlos Manuel, Gilles Raskin, Maurice Lucia, Teddy Van Dal, Yannick Namislo, Mathieu Delfort, Klaus Rickschkoff and Anthony Brioche. But they're on an all skate at the moment as they're in their warm-up. There's 3 minutes of that left. We'll come back in a second. So off and running. Time will start as the first man around, Mikhail Abramovic, goes across the line. There's his first lap, 18.9. 18.9 for Lucia Vandal, 19.1. Hello to Golden Albert joining us this morning. What a week of practice and competition we've had here at Mulhouse. Great to be here covering this for RC Racing.tv. And thanks to Infinity and Shepherd for getting us on the air, and Jeep with Cherokee for getting us here. Long drive home on Sunday, but looking forward to it. Nice run through the eastern side of France. Extraordinary economic run through with well over 44 miles to the Imperial Gallon on the way down at French motorway speeds. Very comfy as well. We arrived here in very good shape on Wednesday lunchtime. Maurice Lucia, Swiss driver. Again, it's a 13-lap run here for the majority of drivers. Lucia looking at 13 laps in 4:06, 4:07 maybe. Needs to do better than his last lap time, which was an 18.8. A mistake by Michael Abrahamic, Czech Republic driver. 20.1 last time around, and that's dropped him down the standings. Oh dear. And that is Klaus Riskov on the orange. What happened here? Klaus, oh, it looks all right there. Oh, I see. Multiple incident there. But Klaus running. Oh, and another roll over there. Now, was that grip roll or was that inside curb? It was inside curb. Ooh. Was it inside curb? Yes, it was. Before we start I'm just wondering if we've got enough time between the end of the qualifying and the main final SuperPole. I think we have. Might be able to run our track description through that. If not, we'll run it before the finals at 1600 local time, 4 o'clock. Coming through to the end of this run. Rather too many mistakes here from these drivers, and they're costing themselves time. Last lap's being completed as the time has expired. Still drivers to complete their final lap. We'll just wait for them to come through. There they are. There's the buzzer. So Maurice Lucia from Anthony Brioche and Yannick Namislo. Oh, 4 seconds, nearly 5 seconds away from an additional lap for Lucia. We are looking in pretty good shape here. In terms of the time, we should be finishing fifth qualifying runs somewhere around about 25 past the next hour. And the next group to come out on the screens now. They'll have their customary warm-up time. We're just waiting for the marshals from the previous group to whip out there. This is the 5th group of drivers about to come out for their final qualifying session.
Marshal number 1. There he is. And 5 of 5. Number 5. Corner marshal 5. Last call. Drexelwood. Stop. Was very close to marshal number 5. Last warning for you. On the track, group number 5. We've got 3 minutes of warm-up, 3 minutes of warm-up. Work together, thank you. Attention Omega for the 7S. Thank you. Track is clear. So work together, guys. Attention on line, please. Let's pass down the board, thank you. Good.
2 minutes to stop.
One minute left to warm up. 1 minute left to warm up. 5 is on the track. Next up, group number 6. Mechanics behind the red line, please. Mechanic number 10, please come behind the line.
Well, wherever you are in the world, it is a very warm welcome to a bright and sunny Mulhouse. The Mini Car Club of Mulhouse being host to the EFRA 110th IC Track European Championships. And we move on to the 5th group of drivers in their 5th and final qualifying session as they try to improve their position for the finals. We'll start with the lower finals later on today from 4 o'clock Central European Summertime, and then the main finals are tomorrow Saturday, all live exclusively here with Shepherd, Infinity and Jeep on rcracing.tv. It will be Jean-Baptiste Jeannot from France on the 5 that leads them out. Daniel Thiele from Germany. Jose Miguel Blanco Ballesta from Spain on 3. Kevin Lenher from Switzerland on the 2. Michael Schaffer on the 1. Also from across the border in Switzerland, Julien Collas from France, 9. Samuel Alves, 8. 7. Mikko Thalheimer. And James Connolly is on the 6th. So 4 minutes to do as many laps as possible.
Attention green machine, thank you.
Green driver there being told off
Second line.
for not respecting the drivers behind him. Let's drop back to the next car, Ash, please, if we might. Thank you. It's James Connolly, blue and white car. And James, as long with the 8 of Samuel Alves and the 5 of Jean-Baptiste Chanot, are the 3 drivers at the top of the timing at the moment. But very, very close indeed. Again, 13 lap runs being predicted. And back to the next car, please. Thank you. Oh, that's our green driver again. That's the 1 car of Michael Schaefer, the Swiss driver. And here is the 5 of Jean-Baptiste Chanot. And he, along with GMBB, Jose Miguel Blanco Ballester, the 3 car, also looking good at the moment. This is going to be a very, very close qualifying indeed. We are under 2 minutes to go. And who was on the orange car? Because that one's going back to the pits and going no further. I think that's Daniel Thiele car. Yeah, the 4 car. So no further part taken by Thiele. Very tight still at the top. Kevin Lenher now. The Swiss, British and Spanish drivers looking good. Last minute. Let's pick up another car, please, Ash. Thank you. 1 minute to go. I'll give you a rundown of the revised timetable in a moment once we've got the last half a minute of this 5th qualifying run for these drivers done, 5th and final qualifying run. Looks like we're getting storm clouds blowing across the circuit from the direction from which the weather has arrived most days. So let's hope we can get through this 5th qualifying session. We've got plenty of time today with a couple of hours for a lunch break. That's James Connolly there on the blue and white car. Time has expired, so the laps that they are on are the last laps for these drivers. This is so close at the top. Pushing to the line for all of the drivers. There's the buzzer. And Connolly, look at that. 0.4 of a second only between Lenher and Connolly. And just a couple or 3 seconds away from getting the extra lap and moving into the 14 lap range. So we'll run through the final qualification runs. That was group number 5. We have 9 groups. That should take us to round about 11:30 the next hour. We're at 11:45 here. 10:45 Central European summertime. Then we're into 4 runs of B Super Final, SuperPole, excuse me. That is for the main final. And then 4 runs of the A main final SuperPole. Then we'll take a couple of hours before we come back for the 16th and 8th finals for both the B and the A sides of the competition. So check your times now. It is 10:45 Central European Summer Time. And we expect to be running qualifications through till about 1/2 the next hour. Then the SuperPole runs. 4 drivers from the B side, 4 drivers from the A side. That should take us till round about 1/2 midday local time. Then a couple of hours off. Actually, a bit more than that. 12:30-ish, I would think. And then we're back at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So 4 o'clock is the start of the B finals, the 16th finals rather, for B and A. But keep an eye on the page, because if there's weather threatening, that is a timetable that can and will be amended. Very important that you understand that, because our EFRA official here, Javier, is very, very proactive when it comes to getting racing in. Sweden represented next by Alexander Hagberg on the 5, as well as Thomas Guillon, Rafael Vicky, Nicola Bugenotto, Dan Jacobs from the Netherlands, Maxime Leguet, France, Dirk Stammler from Germany, Gerhard Kanderhardt, our only Austrian here this weekend, and Patrick Fankhauser making up the 9 runners. They're in their warm-up at the moment, and they have a couple of minutes left of that. And we'll be back with their qualifying in a few moments. Right, the drivers are being asked to come back to the pit lane. Here's a reminder who is out there. Samuel Alves, I'm not sure, is in this heat. That may be a little timing glitch, for which I apologise, but it will be Alexander Hagberg who should lead them out, and we'll get a look at the Swedish driver immediately he comes out of the pits. The 5 is the green and white car at the front of the queue, just about to be put down now. There he goes. Let's pick him up as he comes out of the pit lane and down the Shepherd Straight. First driver coming around now. There he is. Hagberg. B class drivers are being asked to check their positions to see who's made the SuperPole. 4 of them positions, or qualifying positions 2 through to 5. Our TQ driver already through. Drop back from Alexander Hagberg there. He's doing good work. Through to the next car back, which I think is Thomas Guillaume, the Frenchman, on the 4. Yes, it is. Oh, I said that. Yeah, confirmed by a far younger pair of eyes to my left. Thanks, Harry. Good morning to you all on the live chat. Keep your questions coming. We'll try and answer them as we go through. Now, I just saw a 14 there. Nicholas Bugnoteau. So that is the number 2 car. Let's see if we can find the number 2 car, gentlemen, because he's right on the cusp of running a 14-lap heat here, or qualifying here. Harry spotted him.
Green car on start, finish. No, infield now. Coming up, start, finish now.
On the stripe. Thank you, H. Right, this is the Frenchman, Bugnoteau. And he is very, very close. In fact, he could run a 14-lap run here. But he's got to be clean. He's running low to mid-18. So is Raphael Vicky and Alexander Hagberg as well. And they're finding their pace now. Fastest lap in this session, an 18.0, is by Thomas Guillaume, the Frenchman. But he hasn't managed to back that up with any consistency. Sturk Stamler, who's just gone over on the Infinity infield. Let's drop back to number 5 again. That's another white and green car. Right. There he goes, I think, just under you now. Ash, down the straight. Yeah. 5 car. Smashing. I think he's looking at a potential of a 14th lap as well as we move into the last half a minute. So got to keep the concentration now. Needs to get round before time expires. Going to be tight for Hagberg. I think he will get into a 14th lap. He does. That's the end of his 13th. And he's on his 14th lap now. And we've yet to hear the buzzer. Remember, the time starts as each of the individual drivers go across to start their first lap. So it doesn't matter where you come out on the track. He's gone through, and that is a 14-lap run for Hagberg. It's a 14-lap in 4:17.5, but it's a 14-lap run. Now, will anybody else get a 14-lap run? I think Guillaume might make it as well as Bugnoteau. And let's see. Yes, top 3 got 14-lap runs. Hagberg with a 14-lap in 4:17.5. So made it through with about a second or so to spare. He was doing low 18s pretty much all the way through that run. Now expect to see 14-lap runs with that time coming down now as we go into the last couple of groups. Group 8 will be next up. Oh, sorry. Group 7 is the next one up. I got ahead of myself there. Now, just had a question by Mark Bean, who asks which engine brand is most used by the drivers. And I can tell you that if I can just find the right piece of graphic. As these cars go out, engine brand would appear to be, it's between Nova Rossi and Orkan, and I think Orkan just nick it by a couple of percent. It's Orkan, Nova Rossi, and then OS, I reckon. Looking at the percentages, 22%, 20% for the two top engine brands. Right, let's have a look at the drivers. Good question there, Mark. Thank you. Drivers for this next qualifying run. It will be Sergio Franch-Codina who leads them out once we get to the session itself. Kevin Rascat from France in second, Mark Green third, Bryce Turco in the pink car, and then Jakub Ruzicki, Michael Devriat, Patrick Nair, Basile Conchialdi, French driver on the Shepherd machine, and Martin Hoody will be at the back of the grid when they qualify, which is about 2 minutes away. And Nigel W. rightly saying Orkan is basically a Nova engine. Yes, Mark, you did miss the answer. Nova Rossi and Orkan, the two biggest engine brands, 20% and 22% respectively. So hopefully you heard it this time, Mark. Don't step away from your computer or turn it down. Einbick says, is that the Martin Hoody out this time? Yes. It is. And he will be out last of the drivers. Good morning to you. If you are just getting into our broadcast, been up for a couple of hours now with the final practice in qualifying. Krill73 says, I'm watching qualifying while preparing RC car for the Dutch Nationals. Oh, sorry, that's Cruyff. My apologies. Looking into the light here, difficult to see the screen. Hello, Cruyff73. Mark had a reasonable apology for absence from his screen. He was getting a cup of coffee. That sounds like a good idea. Quick final look at the grid lineup as the guys come back into the pit lane, or at least the runners for this final qualifying. Just chopping up. Sergio Franch-Codina will lead them out on the 5. Expect to see Basile Conchialdi do well in the 7. There goes the 5. 4, 3, 2, 1. Those are the car numbers, not a countdown. We are underway. Watching Bryce Turco at the moment on the 2. And ahead of Bryce is Kevin Raskan, who is the fastest driver on the track in these opening laps, already down to very low 18s. Just on the first flyer. That's a good outlap from Kevin Raskan. Oh, problem on the Shepherd straight, about halfway up with the car off at the side. That is the 9 of Mikhail Derderian. And I don't think that's going to take any further part. Let's go to a nice big wide here. Aitchen will pick off another driver. Mark Green on the 3. And he is one of the green and white cars. If you've picked that up from there, that's outstanding. I think that might be the 3. Like, the 2 green and white cars are so similar. That is the 3. Well done, Harry. And we're looking at 14 laps for these two guys at the moment in around about 4:14s. Raskan and Green. I'm feeling it getting a little chillier, gentlemen. It warmed up nicely when the sun was out. This track very susceptible to direct sunlight. Top drivers telling me when we had some sunshine, even late evening sunshine yesterday, the track conditions improved markedly. And as soon as the track went into shade, as the sun went down behind the driver's rostrum, it was very different indeed. Just drop back to the next one as well, please, H, as it flies through. Ah, well done. Bryce Turco on the 2. Leave me here long enough and I'll start to pick out car numbers and colours. Only 90 to get used to this weekend. At least there's no driver changes for me to worry about this weekend. Always know who's in control. And back again, please, Harry. Pick up the next car through. There's a bit of a gap. Here it comes. Basil Conchialdi, by my reckoning. 7. One of the Shepherd runners. Love that run right underneath us. Hello to Duarte Vasconcelos from Madeira Islands in Portugal. Hello to Henk van Meers. Actually, it's Kim van Meers, isn't it? Working and watching this morning. Shh, we won't tell anybody, Kim. Don't worry. Back into the car, please, as we're just about to run out. We'll pick up another runner. Thank you. Patrick Nah, German driver. Time has expired, so the results to come. So we should have a results graphic here. We do. Kevin Raskan and Mark Green, as we suggested, the computer was right, in about 4:14, 4:15. Top 4 drivers, including Basil Conchialdi on that Shepherd, all getting the 14 lap run there. Next up, it will be the 8th heat of drivers. Mustafa Alp will lead them out, our popular Turkish driver. He'll be first out, so we'll get a little bit of a look at him. And we'll be back with that in just a moment or two's time. So the cars are heading out. Hello to Serin Edson, supporting Mustafa Alp. Mark Bain says, are there regulation about the tyres? There are. This is a controlled tyre formula. Foam tyres, and there's a little area by the pits where the tyres go off and into a bag. They are monitored so that nothing can be done to them. So the tyres go on before you go into the pit lane, then they come off when you come out the pit lane. I'm Big says, do you think it's good luck for Martin Hoody if I worship my Hoody tools? Say a little prayer maybe. Coming down to the 2 minutes of this warm-up session. Still to come today, my first chance to have a look at SuperPole. 4 drivers from the B competition, 4 drivers from the A competition. Only one of those 4 can qualify through to their main final in that, and it is the single fastest lap which will take them through. 4-minute session, so they're going to have round about 12 or 13 attempts at that. Be interesting to see how they go about it. I've not seen it before. Nigel asking how many heats run in total. There are 9 heats of drivers. The first 2 are in the B side of the competition. That has been decided earlier this week now. They were seeded earlier on this week. And this is the 5th run of qualifying. We've also had some controlled practice as well as some open practice. We had 11 runs of controlled practice. So plenty of track time today. Most of the drivers have been here since last weekend. So just waiting for the drivers to come back into the pit lane. Still got Basil Conchialti out there at the moment on the timing. Heat 9 are the fast guys, and they are the top seeded guys. So that is the next set of drivers. These are 1 set back from that. Give you a quick look. Disregard Basil Conchialti in that was from the last heat, so that's just a little timing glitch. But it will be Mustafa Alp who leads them out, and Harry will have a look at Mustafa as he drives round for the first couple of laps, and then we'll drop back through the field. So this is the final run. So that blue and white car is that of Mustafa Alp. We'll just see all the cars out the pit lane before we join Mustafa on the Infinity infield, and there he is, starting his timed lap now. This is his first timed lap. Should have a clear lap here underneath us, down towards the grandstand corner, down Shepherd Straight, through the right-hander. Really quick there, burst of speed into the pits hairpin, really 2 corners actually, and now back on the infield, and this is the end of his first lap. Coming up now, he crossed the timing line. 18.5, not bad from Mustafa. Now let's drop back to the next driver. And that's a very good run because he's already up with Mustafa. That's Daniele Ayalesi. Ayalesi just gone through there. 18.04, that's very quick. And we'll drop back another car after that. There is the green. That is nice bit of clear track there. I think that's Francesco Teroni. Is it? No. Yes, it was, yeah. Sorry, Thilo Todman. Shepherd driver. Drop back another one, please, if we might. That is Quentin LaRue. And the next car behind that should be the bright orange of Timo Laine. We go back to the next one. Is that the number one? Yeah. And Timo Laine at the moment by about 0.6 of a second, looking to be the best qualifier here. And in this session, that is. And again, I'm just going to put the warning out there. The wind is picking up and the clouds are getting heavier. It's that diffused light at the moment through the high cloud, but there's a bank of much more threatening grey clouds coming over. Into the last minute and 20 seconds. Let's drop back to the next driver if we will. If we may, thank you. That I think is Quentin LaRue again. Yes, it is. We'll go one further back. In the Infinity infield. Mechanics being told that they're encroaching. Kyle Branson. Let's stay on Kyle for a little while because he's right up there as well. Milan Holthuis should be the next car back as Kyle goes through. Let's pick up the next one back. And there it is. Trying to be as fair as we can to everybody. Milan Holthuis, the Netherlands driver. And time has elapsed. So Harry can go to a nice big wide and we'll show you those nasty clouds in the distance. There they are. Not liking the look of that at all. And here is the results then. Timo Laine with a 4:12 for 14. That's a good couple of seconds better than Daniel Lazzi. Thilo Todman next up. And those were the only three that got the laps in. Is that correct? I don't think that's right. Hang on a second. Let me just refresh that because I'm pretty certain. Unfortunately, our results. I'm pretty certain there that Kyle Branson got 14 as well. Yes, he did. Checking on my other screen. So, just a little delay on the timing there. So, we have the final set of drivers up next, and this is who will be out. Surely our European champion will come from one of these 9. Who's your favourite? Wind picking up here and starting to blow some bits and pieces around. Slightly worrying, because we've got the wind right in our face here if it does start to rain. Right, this is warm-up for the final set of drivers. And this is the final qualifying session coming up next. Our top qualifier for the A side of the competition is in this heat. That's Bruno Coelho, the one. Watch out for Tony Gruber, Dominic Greiner, both been very good indeed this week. And Bruno is confirmed as TQ, but the other drivers racing to get into the SuperPole from qualifiers 2 to 5. Each will have 4 minutes, and their single best lap will qualify them into the main final from their side of the draw. But just one driver can go through, so it is really all on the line in SuperPole. And we should be able to get you the drivers in SuperPole at the end of this qualifying. There'll be a little bit of addition to do. Basically, in each of the 5 qualifying sessions that each driver will have had, if you are top driver, you get 0 points. Second top driver, you get 1, etc. And then, just as in golf, the lowest score puts you higher up the standings. If 2 drivers have the same number of points, so let's say you've got 4 points, then a 3 points and a 1 point will be better than a 2 and a 2. So basically you're looking at your best finish in one of your sessions. Then if there's still a draw after that, your best finishing heat qualifying time counts. So if you've done 14 laps in 4:07 and you're on, let's say, 6 points, and your best heat finish, you've done 14 laps in 4:07 and your competitor has done 14 laps in 4:06, then the decision goes to them. That is how the qualifying standings are set up. And as I say, top qualifier goes directly through to their A main in either the B or the A in each side of the competition. And then the next 4 drivers are into SuperPole. Only one of those drivers can go directly into the main in their side of the competition. The other drivers will drop into the semi-finals in the normal way. Not seen SuperPole before, so I'm quite excited about this. Stay with us. It comes up in around about 10 minutes time, maybe a little bit more than that. This is the final qualifying, and I think I felt a drop of rain on my face there. Eduardo Fernandez Escadon, Dominic Greiner, Leo Arnold, Tony Gruber, Bruno Coelho, Alessio Mazzio, Robert Peach, Eric Dankel, and Alex Thurston will be last out on the pink car.
4, 3, 2, 1, 6, 9, 8, 7, and 6.
Don't want to be too quick if you're the first man out, because you can easily get caught up with people just coming out of the pits. So watching Eduardo Fernandez Escon. Fernandez Escadon Riera. And let's drop back to the next driver, please, Harry, if we might. Thank you. Which is Dominic Greiner. Dominic has very much impressed me. German driver. Next back. Should be Arnold Leo, but I think he's had a problem. Is that the 3 car? Yes, it is, in the yellow. Next car back, the 2. And there he is. That's Tony Gruber. And And I think it's only Greiner and Gruber who can challenge Bruno Coelho, who should be the next car back. Here he comes. Yep, that's the Portuguese driver's car. Number 1 and top qualifier. Smashing lad. Good long chat with him last night. Very happy to be TQ. Very happy with the setup of his car, clearly. Oh, just a little mistake there, uncharacteristic. As he went through the hairpin on the Infinity infield section. Now onto the Shepherd Straight. Well, this is a decently quick heat, but nothing outstanding. 17.7, the fastest lap so far, and that is by Bruno Coelho, Portuguese driver that we're watching at the moment. We'll drop back another one, please, if we might, Harry, just to give everybody a little bit of screen time. That is Alessio Mazzio from Italy. And we'll go back another one as he comes through here. Through the Infinity infield. Back one more, please, if we may. Lovely. That, I think, that should be Alex. Yeah, Alex Thurston, the 6. Distinctive coloured car. Last 1 minute. Now, we're going to try and show you our track description after this heat before we go into the SuperPole. We will have to make a couple of little changes here, including presumably changing the sound input, Harry. No? Okay. Yes. Kind of thinking technical while watching pictures. It doesn't happen very often that I multitask. Just ask anyone who's worked with me in the past. So Bruno Coelho still with the top time. Let's go back another one, please, if we may. That is Eric Dankel. I don't think we've seen Eric yet. Not having the best of the runs. Time is about to expire. Let's see that sky again, please, Harry, as we wait for the results to come in and everyone to finish. There's the buzzer. Bruno Coelho, got down to 14.9.8. Look at how close that was. Tony Gruber, 8.68 against 8.73. So that was very, very close indeed as far as the lineup is confirmed. SuperPole coming up next. It'll be Thomas Vicogne, René Kellyup, Patrick Cote and Bruno Elizard. But before that, let's take a look at the track that we were down on this morning and give you a little bit of a closer look at this circuit. And welcome to the Mini Car Club at Mulhouse. I'm John Hindorf, and we thought we'd take this opportunity to just have a look at this very tight technical track. I'm standing right at the end of the pit lane here, and as you can see, it's actually quite a tight exit here. We've seen one or two people hitting these red, white and blue curbs. This is the grandstand turn, very quick because you come into it off the effectively the pit straight, and we'll show you the last chicane in just a moment or two. This is a really important corner, and if we can just have a look at the curbs here, you can see that there is a little bit of rippling on there, and you don't want to be too far over that white line. Reason it's an important corner is it leads on to what effectively is the longest straight here, the Shepherd Straight. This will be the start straight as well when we get into competitive running. Now, from the driver's rostrum, apparently this looks very long indeed. That's what the drivers are telling us. Tell you from our commentary position and from the cameras, it looks very short because the cars are covering it very quickly indeed. Let's take a walk down out of the grandstand corner then onto the Shepherd Straight. There's a little bit of curb over here to my left hand side, but you really don't want to be this far over, drifting or at least keeping it towards the middle of the track and trying to stay off these white grid markings here, because it's been pretty damp all the time we've been here, and you're setting yourself up for this right-handed kink at the end of the straight. Now, all the drivers telling us that it's a real compromise here in terms of setup for the car. Yes, you need a good engine, but what you really need is a car that does two things. It's got to turn, but not turn too much so that in the chicanes you get too much oversteer and the back end gets a little bit wiggly. So you're starting to set up here into this right-hander, and we'll whiz ahead as if we were turning in here. It's actually quite an early turn in for most of the drivers, because you've got to be very careful not to drift too far out. Coming across the white lines, banked curbs on the inside again there, as you can see, but you've got to keep it nice and tight to the right hand side here, because as you can see, you're shooting straight through that chicane. It's almost a straight line down to the pit's hairpin, but there's a couple of real danger areas here. Let's have a look at these, because these curves here, from our vantage point, look very benign indeed, and this is why you do a track walk. Look at these gaps in the curbs and how it rises up. You can easily launch the car off the ground here, and it's exactly the same over here in the middle. If we just go over and have this, a look at this, you can see the tyre marks on the curb here. Take too much curb here and you're in, again, trouble. We've seen air here. That's quite an aggressive curb. Not so much of the rippling here, but it's just the angle, and it can be a launch ramp. And what you've got to do is just slightly get a little bit of turn to the left here so that you can set it up for this long hairpin. It's effectively two corners, this. If you look here, onto the inside, and again, you can see that they're fairly smooth curbs at this point. Breathe a little bit in the middle. See how the tarmac's a little bit lighter and then darker? That's because this is the racing line where the tyres have been doing their job. And now you're getting onto the Infinity infield section. This is the technical bit. This is what the good drivers really love. Across the curb here. And again, this is very deceptive. Look at these curbs. Here, you can see it is actually got a little bit of a ramp on it, but it's actually quite flat at the apex. So you can use a bit more of this curb perhaps than you thought. This is why you do a track walk. Across here, nice tight infield hairpin on this Infinity infield section. Again, that's just a ramped curb, no ripple strips, but you're taking a late apex to that. You can come to the middle of the road here, and then you're going to dive to the inside here, and if we get down very low, you can see there's a little bit of banking that tucks you in to the corner, and you can also see where the tarmac is just wearing a little bit because everybody gets on the inside. Right, now let's get round to the next part of the track, because this is really interesting. Out into the middle of the road here, because you're going to sweep left-handed, and then look at this. Straight across that curb there, you can see where everybody's been using the edge of the curb, and you're lining up on the apex of what is effectively the last part of the Infinity infield. But here's the interesting part. This is not all banked. You can use all of that red and white up to where that crack in the concrete is. And the better drivers yesterday were getting right up there and basically ditch hooking the right front tyre to get the car to turn. But and let's get the camera down right nice and low. Your issue is here. If you look across that way, the camber from the apex here is falling away to the left-hand side, and look at how it just drops away. So if you're maybe only a couple of cars widths away from where you want to be, the car's just not turning, and that's not what you want, because you need to be shooting off straight over this way. So look at that, it's moving across, it's pulling you away from where you want to be. You want to be right in the middle here, because your next corner, and there is a little bit of banking here, your next corner is another slightly downhill left-hander towards the finishing line. Now I reckon that if we see close races, we might see a few do-or-die manoeuvres here across the stripe. This is quite a flat curb. Again, the white line you can use out into the middle of the road here. A big squirt of power. This left kink is just that, just a left kink. Not even any braking here, but you're setting up for the hairpin that brings you back onto the Jeep pit straight, and it's a hard right-handed turn. Again, you want to be right over to the left-hand side of the road. You can see just the slight markings there on the curb, on the track rather. Don't get too close to this inside curb. You can see the line here is quite wide, because that's quite a severe curb, particularly on the in run to it. And then your pit entrance there, just on my left. And then look at this. If you go all the way across pretty much to the pit wall, and then look straight back to where we started, you can almost trace a straight line, and it's just about the line there. I'm going to have a look at those last two corners before we complete the lap. Quite tight, quite technical, but it's a good track, and the good drivers like it because of that, because they feel they can make a difference to what the car's doing. So here's this curb here. It really doesn't come into play, this one. Everybody's sitting away from that, because what you're doing is you're lining up pretty much a straight line, and you're still on the throttle here. Everybody who's good still squirting it on, getting the car to sit down before you rotate the car into the grandstand corner and then onto Shepherd Straight. But we need to have a look at this curb here, because this is the one that we can often hear the cars grounding out. And if Harry gets down nice and low, you'll see why. There's a slight ripple there, and you don't want to go too far to the left-hand side, because it tilts down towards the grass, and that's going to put the car in all kinds of trouble, unsettle the car, which is not what you want as you're going into that corner again onto the Shepherd Straight. So there you go, a quick look around the Mulhouse circuit. It's providing great action for us in practice and qualifying. I'm pretty certain it'll do exactly the same in the races. Well, apologies for not getting all of the sound there. Sorry, I've probably just deafened everybody who had their speakers turned up whilst we're going round. But at least that gave you an idea of the way the track looked and some of the issues. We'll try and fix that sound for you and post it up as an archive later on. We do have the runners for the B SuperPole. So B SuperPole. Basically 4 drivers then from the B side of the competition. Sorry, Jet. I did say we'd probably deafen everybody. Thomas Vicoigne goes first from René Kelgerup. Then Patrick Courtet and Bruna Elizourde. So 3 minutes of warm-up for each of these drivers, and then they have to complete 6 consecutive fast laps. 3 minutes of warm-up, in which time they can go to the pits and sort themselves out. If they want to refuel or make changes, they can do that. 6 consecutive laps, but if you flame out or you go off the track or you somehow make an error, that will give you an issue because they will then not count. You're not allowed to rejoin. So Thomas Vicogne from France with an opportunity to qualify directly into the BA main final, or the B main final, sorry. Remember, top 64, as seeded earlier on this week, are in the A part of the competition. The B part of the competition is the rest of the entry. And these 4 have a chance to join our top qualifier directly into the B main, which will be tomorrow. So hopefully you've got the idea about that. Now, I can't... Right, they've swapped the drivers around, so I think Bruno Elizord from France is going to go first here. Let's have a look at the pit lane and see who's down there, if we may. So, well, there's nobody in the pit lane at the moment. So still no sign of anyone down there in the pit lane. I think they thought they were going to run the opposite way around. Tyres haven't gone on these cars yet. Bruno Elisiod, I thought, was going to go 4th because he is vehicle number 4 in this, and I think they thought the same. I hear an engine start. Thanks to Cruyff73 for his nice comment on the track work. Sorry, you didn't hear all that properly. Hopefully you heard a little bit of it. Right, so let's have a look at this and see who is out on the track. Is that car number 4, Harry, that's out there? Did he get out the pit lane? No. The clock is counting down. And the track is empty at the moment, so a little confusion. Right, here is a car coming out now, and that is car number what? Oh, that's got no numbers on. Okay. Well, I reckon that is Bruno Elisiord. Elisiord out on track at the moment. So a minute and 50 seconds of the warm-up time. And then 6 timed laps. I'll tell you how I'll know who it is, of course, is when they start the timing. Come into the pits this time? No. Well, maybe they don't want to pit. 1:21 left. So this is about consistency. 6 timed laps. Oh, on the grass. Now, it's all right to go off now, but you'll notice there are no marshals out. So it goes off during the SuperPole run itself. That will be end of. Now, what happens if I do this? Oh, yeah, look, you see, we do get timing. It will be one driver at a time, of course. All right, stand by then. This is my first experience of SuperPole, so we're learning together. 6 consecutive laps required. So let's pick up the car. Out on track on its own.
Once again, the mechanic can get the car from the lawn. The driver can carry on. You are on now. Bruno, 6 consecutive.
So this is Bruno
And all eyes
Eliazord.
180 eyes are watching you.
So everybody with eyes on one competitor, and there's a spin earlier on. Can he get it off the grass? He can.
23.1.
So 23.1 the first lap. You can see it on the screen. Now we are looking for a lap time. I was told if they went off, that would be the end of their session, but presumably if they go off and can't recover themselves. That was a 20.5. And you're seeing the running time on the screen. So that's the absolute time, but I've got the individual last lap time. So the best lap at the moment is 20.589. Third lap, 21.1. 20.1, should I say. And that is the best lap. You'd expect people to be getting faster here. So Bruno Eliazord. And this time it's a 20.2, so still 20.155. And remember, the best of these 4 in SuperPole will go directly into the B main final. Oh, that was a shame. That was a good lap going there. This is 4. That was a last lap of qualifying for Eliazord. Through the pits horseshoe into the Infinity infield now. And we'll stop the clock at the end of this right-hander. 19.5, and the 19.5 then is the time to beat. So if I show you that now, that will give you the combined times, but what you really need to know right, that was a 19.5, and that hasn't stayed on the screen, unfortunately. They've cleared it off. So next then will be Patrick Courtet from Switzerland, just across the border. 19.5, remember that. Oh, big off. And there's... Harry, can we see the pit area and just everybody who's in the pit area on the barrier there? Because literally everyone is on the wall there watching from the pits. So real pressure. 2 minutes still for Patrick Courtet to do any repairs. Two minutes to the start of the 6th lap run. So this again just an opportunity for Patrick to get things pointing in the right direction. So once again, the format, if you're new to SuperPole, as I am, these are 2nd through to 5th place qualifiers in the B part of the competition. One of them will qualify after this SuperPole competition directly to the B main final, but only one of them. Warm up here, and their single fastest lap will be what counts for them of the 6 consecutive laps that they must do.
1 minute to start.
Okay, 60 seconds before the timed portion. Let's see if Patrick Cote comes into the pits this time. No, it's going to do one more time. So, going to have about 30 seconds by the time he comes around this time. Is he getting into the race rhythm? That's the question. That car looks very loose indeed through the difficult points of the Infinity infield. The problem is you need a car that is stable at the end of the Shepherd Straight to go into that fast right-hander. But if you put too much front end into it, then your issue is that it's loose in the twisties. Okay, 19.5 second lap is what we're looking to beat. Bruno Eliazord, everybody watching on now, and the time will start this time through. There's the buzzer, and they're on the clock now. Courtier then, down past the pitch, straight through underneath us and round the grandstand corner. Down the straight, that's looking pretty good there. Through the horseshoe, in front of the pit building, now into the Infinity infield. Staying well clear. First lap then, first flyer, 21.8. Not a bad first lap. Well, back end stepping out though for Patrick Cote. Through into the pits horseshoe again, into the Infinity infield. See if he uses a bit more curb. We can use more of the curb there on the inside. Scared of it. 20.0. This is looking good. Got to keep it together now. Oh, that was a better exit onto the Shepherd Straight. Through the kink. And through into the horseshoe. Into the Infinity infield. Oh, over the curb. That's all right. That's got to be a 19 shooting. No, 20.2. Lost a little bit of time. So, still with this and 2 more. Patrick Cote from Switzerland on the SuperPole and the B side of the competition. This looks tidy. This looks tidy, but the clock will tell us. Nope, 20.4, getting slower. Penultimate lap now. Oh, and he's rolled it into a small ball at the kink. Let's have another look. It was too much curb on the right-hand side, I think. Yeah, he's in the wrong place on the track there. Needed to be over to the left and cut back too early. Just got out of sync with the track at the end of the Shepherd Straight and has rolled it into a small ball. One more lap. And it starts now. It's now or never for Patrick Cote. Needs to beat a 19.5. How much is he prepared to put it out there? Goes wide on the exit onto the Shepherd Straight now. This is where he had his accident. Into the horseshoe at the end of the pits. Looks good through the Infinity infield. 3 corners to go. 2 to go. Oh, and across the line, 20.4. So it does not beat the time of Eliseord. So still Bruno Eliseord at the moment with the automatic qualifying into the B main from Denmark, René Kellerup. And this is the warm-up for René. Pumping the throttle on and off. We've been very lucky with the weather today. Two more drivers then to try and fight their way directly into the B main. $19.5 is the time to beat. Bruno Eliazord 19.5.
2 minutes remaining. You warm up, 2 minutes.
Well, this looks consistent, but I'm not sure it's quick enough.
2 minutes to start.
Couple of minutes left on the warm-up here. Good morning to you. Last 10 minutes of the morning here at the MCCM, Minicar Club Mulhouse. Coverage live and exclusive, brought to you by Infinity Shepherd. And we travelled here in style with the Jeep Cherokee 2.0 multi-jet diesel 4x4.
1 minute 30 for the warm-up. 1:30 left.
Decent, consistent run here by René Kellerup. But it doesn't count right now. The pressure's not on. Probably got another couple of laps if he wants them. An infield area where the time will be made up. You've got to get close to the curbs without cutting them too much.
1 minute to start.
Maybe one more lap at the end of this one. He might come in to get ready. Just top the car up with fuel. Oh, that was a lovely line through there that time. Is he pitting? Yes, he is. Right, stand by, everybody. This is the third of four drivers to try and qualify direct to the B main. 19.5 seconds is the time to beat. It's a single timed lap. And out then for his time run, revving the motor. That is René Kellerup from Denmark. 6 laps starting now. Oh, this one is for free, right? So next time around will count. I think that's quite a sensible idea to have one and get yourself up to pace, actually, which not everybody else did. So next time across the line, the clock starts, and it starts now. He's on the clock now. Kellerup. That's nice. Onto the Shepherd straight, cuts into the kink, down to the horseshoe at the far end, and now into the Infinity infield. Oh, too much throttle there and loses the back end of the car. 20.3. That's not a bad lap considering he lost so much time on the infield there. Now, just has to be a little more circumspect with the throttle. Into the horseshoe again. Now, how will... Oh, that was much better, much tidier. Get tight to this middle curb. You can still use more of the curb there. That looks decent. 19.59. Not quite fast enough. 0.03 of a second away. 5.97 was the time. 5.7, excuse me. 20.0. Oh my goodness, how close is this? This is the 4th lap of 6. That's much better, much closer to the curb. Now overdrove the middle part of the Infinity infield though. Crossed the line again. 19.6, still need about 1/10 of a second. Come on. The Danish driver then. This one and one more. That's much better. Now this one is the one he's been going a little bit wide. That looks better. Cut the curb. You can cut the curb there on the infield. 19.7. Very consistent, but this is it now. This is the last chance. It's got to be now. Put everything out on the track. Don't leave anything in the bottom of the speed draw. Yes, lovely and tight through the curbs there. Now, can he just find half 1/10? Oh, maybe a tad wide there. This is going to be very good. 19.59. Oh, still Bruno Eliseod. Round of applause. That was very consistent from René Kellerup, but fractions of a second, 0.07 of a second. So Thomas Vicogne for France.
Is all the missing marshals from yesterday.
So let's see what Thomas Vicoin can do. So, low 19.5 needs to be done. John Turman says, we've got a meeting to go to for 30 minutes. Can the organisers pause this event till I get back? The good news is you can pause the live coverage, John. Not sure if you realise that, but there is sort of a DVR feature. And you can pause it and come back to it if you leave your computer on, or you can rewind and pick it up. Well, Bruno Eliazord managed to get that low 19.5. What can Thomas Vicoin do? Will run straight into the air runners to join Bruno Coelho in the air main. Real pressure here for the drivers because literally everybody at the circuit, and we've got a few people spread out onto the bank sides as well. So at the far side of the circuit there, at the end of the Shepherd Straight and through into the Horseshoe. People up on the bank watching there. They've got their seats out. A few people down to our left in the grandstand. 2 minutes left. Now, is he going to go for it all the way from here? I like the idea of getting yourself into a rhythm and effectively taking a run out after it, rather than coming into the pits and then going out and trying to head for the fast lap immediately. So you get your 6 timed laps, but if you had 4 or 5 before that, you'd get yourself into the rhythm, wouldn't you? So this was a refuel after 2 minutes of running, so I reckon he can probably go now if he wants to. So round about 3 laps now, and then 9 more, 6 more rather. That would make 9. Oh, he's come into the pit. So now I think is the final refuel, and he might do not want to flame out halfway around. 30 seconds. So unless he gets out right now, he's not going to get a warm-up lap before he starts his 6 flyers. 23 seconds. So he's going to be straight into it here. First time by. They're having a good look. Is there a problem here?
10 seconds, and your clock is counting for your 6 laps.
So this is going to be straight round and onto the clock. There's the hooter. So Thomas Vicoin from France. He will be on the clock first time round. Not sure that's the smartest of tactics, but of course he'll prove me wrong by blowing it away. Starts the watch now. He's on time. 6 laps now through the grandstand turn. That's a lovely entrance onto the Shepherd Straight. Now through the King, down into the Horseshoe for the first time. Through the S's into the Infinity infield section. A little bit wide there, but that was nice. Pulled it back. Just taking a little bit too much time. 19.8 though for his first lap. That's the best first lap we've seen, so he's making very good use of his time on track. Like the look of this. This is neat and tidy. Very neat and tidy indeed. Maybe just a tad late on the power though, as he went onto the Infinity infield, but that's nice. Just getting a little bit of drift on the front end. 19.1, and he's through. He's through into the B main. 19.1. Doesn't have to worry. Nobody can beat the time now. That's the advantage of being last man on the track. This lap, doesn't matter, it's going to be long. 20.6. He can carry on or he can stop. His maximum of 6 laps to do it. This looks a good lap as well. The crowd saw the time go up and there was a roar of approval. This is a better one, I think. 19.3. So that's the best 2 times he's got. Can he crack 19 seconds? I wonder. Here he goes. He's just enjoying this now. Thomas Vicoin, 19.437. All in for the last lap. As he comes down to the horseshoe, maybe lost a little bit of time coming off the Shepherd Straight there. Across the curbs doesn't help. Doesn't matter though. He'll come round with the advantage of knowing that he has got the best time. And there he is. And a round of applause. And Thomas Vicoin has qualified through to the B main from B SuperPole. Okay, you've got the idea now, haven't you? Hello to Mark Bain, preparing his car for the Dutch Nationals, watching at rcracing.tv. Philip May says, like the idea of SuperPole, work a little on the execution, but overall cool idea. Bit less warm-up time maybe, I think. Maybe only 2 minutes required. So, our drivers for the A SuperPole. And we'll start off with the Frenchman Leo Arnold, Timo Laine for Finland, Tony Gruber and Dominic Greiner. No Bruno Coelho there because he's top queued, so he's already through into the A main. So, Leo Arnold, Timo Laine, Tony Gruber. So 2 Germans, a Finn and a Frenchman, and it will be the Frenchman to go first. And as we've seen from the B running, being out there first, not necessarily the worst thing to do. So, Leo Arnold will be first to go. Everybody happy with what is going on. Ready to go. Leo Arnold goes out. This is a warm-up. I'll have a look at this as this is the A SuperPole runners. Familiarise ourselves with the track again. So Leo Arnold, the first man out for A SuperPole. Nice tight lines. Just paused at the end of that start-finish straight. Down the Shepherd Straight, through the kink, into the horseshoe, through the S's, into the Infinity infield. This is where I reckon the time's made up. Let's see how much curb he starts using when he gets into his timed laps. Couple of places here that I really do think are key. The squirt here into the horseshoe, then being across the curbs here. I think you can be tighter there. And then trying to get a nice run here and run out to the wall. Yeah, that was good. Take a bit of curb on that left-hander as well before the grandstand right-hander. Grandstand corner. That's better. Now let's see again this one in the middle of the Infinity infield. That's better. He's starting to feel confident and take a bit of curb. Still got about a minute and a half before the clock starts. These are warm-up laps. Yeah, that's very neat, isn't it? Now, question is, can he replicate that when we get round to the pressure of the 6 qualifying laps? Couple of hundred people here. So that's what, 400 eyes all on Leo Arnold and his car. He's got 2 or 3 more warm-up laps if he wants them. Just on hand timing, he's very quick indeed. These are very impressive laps. These are sub 18 second laps, but it's on the warm-up. Can he recreate this and find this pace? Beautifully tight line there on the Shepherd Straight. Now, can he do this when the pressure's on? He's got about 40 seconds, so maybe this lap and one more if he wants it. Or will he come in for the refuel? Well, he's used all of the 4-minute warm-up time. Right, looks like to me he's coming in this time. Just a slight change in the attitude of the car. Yeah, thought so. So he used all of his 4 minutes, and now he will not get round to do a warm-up lap. There's the buzzer. So his time is starting. Now there's 4 minutes, so there's plenty of time to get the 6 laps in, but the 6 time laps will start as he goes across the line for the first time. This is Leo Arnold for France. Allez le bleu, as the locals might be saying. Starting the time now. Beautiful exit. Now let's see how tight he is around here. Oh, that's superb onto the Shepherd Straight. This is looking to be a good lap already. Through the horseshoe, yes. Just clipping the curbs, but that's fine. Oh, puts himself off a tiny bit in the Infinity infield. First time is 18.3. I reckon there's a sub-18 lap here for Leo Arnold. That's nice again. Tight. I think that was a bit tighter and much tighter in this port. Oh, yes. Nailed the middle part of the Infinity infield. 18.204. Fastest lap so far. 18.204. Oh, he made a mistake. So this lap will be no good. So now just has to make sure he gets a good exit here. Right, forget about that one. That's not going to be... Well, that was in 19.8, actually. That was a cracking lap he was on. Just didn't hug the curb maybe quite enough there. Coming on the Shepherd Straight, through the kink. Down into the pits. Horseshoe again. The paddock horseshoe, actually, I should say. Now through the Infinity infield. 18.0. 18.0. 18.0. 87. 18.087. 18.087. 18.464. So 18.087 to beat for Leo Arnold. That maybe was a tad late on the throttle there. Just a slight hesitation as the car didn't quite jump forwards. 17.9. And you can probably hear in the background the applause. 17.921 is the time to beat. 17.921 for Leo Arnold. Next up will be Timo Leino. And his 4 minutes of warm-up is, or 3 minutes of warm-up, excuse me, is ready to go. Now, the only timing that we're getting, I'm afraid, is the running time. We're not getting the individual lap times to be able to put it on the screen. So, apologies for that. Something that this SuperPole is still pretty new. And the timing system doesn't work too well. They reset the timing at the end of every session, so we don't get even to keep that 17.921 on the screen for you. So 17.921 is the time. Couple of minutes of warm-up to go for the Finnish driver with the Shepherd equipment. That looks very neat and tidy, but it doesn't count at the moment. Really punching out onto the straight beneath the rostrum there. Now down into the paddock horseshoe, the far end, where most of the work is going on. There's 2 different paddock areas here where the drivers are working on their cars. Press conference coming up at 1 p.m. for the TQ and SuperPole winners. ...60 seconds, or 50 seconds should I say, to go before we are on the watch. 17.921 seconds for Timo Leinu to beat, to put him directly into the A main final to join Bruno Coelho. Portuguese driver is our top qualifier. And again, it looks like the whole of the 3-minute warm-up is going to be used and then come in for a refuel for the 6 timed laps. And that's a lovely line he's tracing through there. In this time? No. So he's going to use all the 3 minutes. Oh, so he's on the time now. So he's going to take a run at it. He's not going to come back into the pits. So, team... well, he's lost a lap there. So, this is his first time lap. So, he is on time at the moment. Not sure if he realised that. So, this will be his first time lap. It's going to be very long indeed. And a spin. So, perhaps a slight miscalculation there for Timu. Right, this starts his second lap. 32.2 for his first lap. Let's not even worry about that. Onto the Shepherd Straight at lap 2. Through the kink into the paddock horseshoe. Now to the Infinity infield. Yeah, loads of curb there. That's more like it. Like the look of that. 17.8. And straight away, he's ahead. 17.881. So, very good. Second lap, 17.9. So, still 17.881 is the time to beat. Fourth lap of 6th is on at the moment. The Shepherd equipment under control of Timo Leinu. Like the look of this too. 17.882. So within 1/1000th of his best time. What consistency here by the Finnish driver. And again, looks very good through the paddock horseshoe. Stops the clock on his penultimate lap. But that was an 18.1. This is the last lap. Now what's he got left? A little bit of a slide onto the Shepherd Straight. I think he lost a 10th at least there. He's going to have to be perfect through the infield, and he's not. He's not going to improve. It will be 17.881 the time to beat, unless he's done something extraordinary here. 18.3, so 17.881. 17.881 is the time to beat. And it is the Shepherd driver that is in front on the SuperPole to go to the A main. Tony Gruber has topped one of the sessions here. Session 3, I think it was. No, it was Dominic Greiner who topped the third session. So Tony Gruber from Germany out on the circuit now for his warm-up. Just remind you of the drivers that we are watching. We've already seen Leo Arnold and Timo Leinu. Tony Gruber out on the track now. And then we will have Dominic Greiner coming up next. Then we've got a break after this. We'll rush down to the press conference and get a word with our top qualifier for the A and the B mains, plus our SuperPole qualifiers for the A and the B mains, and we'll have that up on the website later on. Couple of minutes still to go in the warm-up. Welcome to our Shepherd, Infinity and Jeep supported coverage of the EFRA 110th IC Track Championship, European Championship, here at Mulhouse. Right, into the pit lane. So, what is the tactics for Tony Gruber here? Does he do 3 or 4 laps here and then just continue, or does he pop back into the pits for another splash of fuel? He's got plenty of fuel to do 9 laps, because that's basically what we're seeing here. I reckon you go for it. I think you get into the groove now and start building up, let the track come to you and the car come to you. And that way you don't put too much pressure on yourself. The car is looking stable for Tony Gruber. So 2 more laps before the time starts. Looks confident, doesn't he? Using all the road where he can and getting tight to the curbs where he can. Let's see what he's like through this middle section of the Infinity infield. 23 seconds. So he'll get this lap and possibly one more. You could hear the car just scraping the ground as he went underneath it. He's running it very, very low indeed. I just think maybe he's looking a little bit loose. Is he going to come in? No. So he's going for it. He's going for it now. There's the buzzer. 3rd of 4 drivers in the SuperPole runs across the curb. Gets the front wheels airborne. That will, I think, oh, and he's wide in the middle of the Infinity infield. First lap. He is on his first timed lap now through the paddock horseshoe. And again, the front end just not wanting to grip there, but this is looking better. 17.871. That is the fastest lap. 17.871. So Tony Gruber on his first lap on what was a bit of a scruffy one, to be honest. It looked like he didn't quite get that. 17.788. New fastest lap. He's got plenty of time, only on his 3rd lap of 6 at the moment. Does he improve again? Oh, gets the Scandinavian flick on there. 17.656. So he's improved every time he's crossed the stripe here. Tony Gruber from Germany. Is this another good one? Maybe lost a little bit of time. 17.8. So, oh, and he's a big slide. Just about holds on to it there, but that's that lap gone. Cannot afford to make that kind of mistake. It sounded to me as though he hit the curb too heavily just before the grandstand right-hander. Lovely entry through the start-finish line, though. This is his last time. That's lovely. Fantastic entry onto the Shepherd Straight through the kink. Now down to the paddock horseshoe. Yes, I like the look of it. Tight. Lovely over the curb. This is good. This is very good indeed. And it is 17.7. So it was his 4th lap of 6. 17.656, the new best mark. 17.656 is the mark to beat. So just Dominic Greiner to take to the track now to join Bruno Coelho in the A main. 17.656, I reckon. 17.656, I reckon. So the time's coming down here, and Dominic Greiner from Germany, the last man to go. SuperPole, first time I've seen it. 3 minutes of warm-up time. Now, let's get the unofficial stopwatch on him here, as he's just warming himself up. Make it nice and safe. Got 2.5 minutes of warm-up time left to go. No timing running at the moment, so there's very unofficial. Back end again looking a little unruly for Dominic Greiner. Through into the Infinity infield section. Flirts with the curb. I reckon that was an 18.08, but he's back into the pit lane. So that's going to reset my stopwatch. Now, 1:49 to go. Is he going to fuel now and then have 3 or 4 quote warm-up laps? That's a bit of an adjustment there as well to the car. Got a minute and a half on the watch. So live from Mulhouse, the final runner in the A SuperPole on the track. This is warm-up, not counting yet. Sun's come out. This could be significant. We've seen how much quicker the track can be when the sun comes out here, and Greiner's got the best of the conditions, no doubt about that. 18.3 unofficially on that first run round there. Another splash of fuel. Now 50 seconds to the timed laps. Is he happy with the handling of the car? The back end was moving around an awful lot. The track is getting faster. Bit of sunshine on the surface. It's a very dark coloured top surface tarmac, and it will warm up quickly. So Greiner then with 20 seconds to go before his lapse time. 18.3, I reckon, unofficially. Now, will he get that next lap in? But a bit of a slide coming off the Shepherd straight now. There's the buzzer, so he'll be on time the next time through. Takes a wide entry. 18.2, I reckon, on that last warm-up lap. Again, that is just unofficial. He's now on the watch. 17.656 to beat. Neat through the Infinity infield. 17.854. So he needs to find exactly 0.2 of a second. Where is that time out there for Dominic Greiner? Final SuperPole runner. Oh, and he's all over the place on that lap. That lap is gone. It's blown. Take a breath, Dominic. No, he was slow to start that lap as well. I think he's blown that lap one as well. This is lap 3. Onto the Shepherd straight for the third time of asking. The pressure is on when the clock is running. 17.656 to beat. I don't think he's going to find that here. Oh, that was nice though. He's a little wide though in that last left-hander of the infield section. 18.1. No, a mistake again onto the Shepherd straight. Pressure beginning to tell. I just think he would have been better getting his rhythm going. 18.3. 2 laps to go. Neater, but is it quick enough? Putting pressure on himself here, Greiner. Has top one of the sessions. That's better. Front end of the car working well. Across the curb. Yes, like it. Like that a lot. 17.9. Needs to just improve on that. Very neat onto the Shepherd Straight this time. It's the last time. There's no more chances for Dominic Greiner. Superb stuff through the S's and onto the Infinity infield. A little bit wide there, but he may have saved it. 18.1. So it will be Tony Gruber, 17.656, that goes straight to the A main with a 17.656. Look nervy there. Michael Gunche agreeing. So that is extraordinary stuff. First time I've seen the SuperPole. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage of that. Next up will be the first of our low finals. It will be the 16th final for the B side of our competition. Thank you for joining us here this morning. A quick look at the weather from the wide shot will tell you that it's... Oh, let's have a look at that. Can we just go up a little bit on that, Ash, if you might? Yeah, it's not too bad. That threatening cloud has mostly gone across. That's the direction from across the top of the paddock there that the weather normally comes. So we are due back at 1600 local time. So that is, it's now almost exactly midday. midday. So that's 3.5 hours for you to get a bit of work done on this Friday, get yourself sorted out, and then settle in for 4 finals this afternoon. We'll have the 16th final for B and A and the 8th final for B and A, rounding off our coverage for you. And then the rest of the finals tomorrow, live here on RC Racing TV, brought to you with Infinity, Shepherd and Jeep. On behalf of me, John Hindhaugh, and the rest of the team, for the moment, thanks for being with us. Join us again, 1600 Central European Summertime. Welcome to our coverage of the European Championship here at Mulhouse. I'm John Hindhoff. Our EFRA official here and delegate is Javier. First of all, Javier, very well done, because you've done something I don't think many people would have. You managed to beat the weather. We were very unlucky yesterday, but you moved some of the schedule forward. Explain the thinking behind that.
Yeah, really, when the weather forecast we have bad condition, always is a lottery. So we were lucky because we can get profit of the window that the weather forecast get, and we got the chance to drive in dry condition. The decision on Wednesday was to move all the program from Thursday to Wednesday because the weather forecast was a bad weather for Thursday, and it was more or less like that, and we were lucky for that.
Yeah, because we pretty much lost all of Thursday. Didn't get on the track till 4:30 in the afternoon, but managed to get another couple of qualifying runs in. So we've actually now done the full program. We're right back on time.
Yeah, normally it's very difficult because with Thursday and Friday with bad condition and regarding weather, it could be so difficult to manage 5 rounds of qualifying and also the control time practice. But don't forget that the control time practice this year is so important for divide Euro B and A. So in weather condition, in the wet condition, control time practice is what's very difficult to manage.
Great entry here, almost 90 drivers. This is a really popular class now.
Yeah, now I'm so happy with the number of entries, but most for the number of entries, that's a good figure, 90 drivers, that's fine. I'm very happy with the atmosphere that during the whole week we can get with all drivers, with the staff. The staff make a very good job during the whole week, but the atmosphere that we can get with the drivers is also positive this year.
And what I've noticed as well is everybody's been very respectful of the other competitors. The race director hasn't had to make any penalties or shouting to him. Hardly hearing anybody's names or numbers being shouted out.
Yeah. The race were so fair during all the qualifying. And also during the free practice, the respect between drivers, that in the free practice the level is not the same because before the receding all the level is a little mixed, but in the between the control time practice and the round of qualifying, all the respect between drivers was so good. I'm very happy for that.
SuperPole is something that not everybody has seen before. It adds a new level of excitement, and it's first time I've seen it today. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and it's working very well.
Yeah. People are happy with the SuperPole. Maybe we can improve a little bit for the next year because track conditions are different for all the drivers. But this is some spectacular. With a good announcer, we can make a good spectacle because one car alone on the track, and drivers told me that it's a little bit different the race only alone on the track.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah, exactly. The difference is so high between when you are racing with the other drivers, you are concentrating in your car, but now a lot of people are watching you. It's very difficult. Yeah.
Must have a word as well for the organisation at MCCM here at Mulhouse. It's been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I'm so happy with the French Federation because we provided a very good track for that meeting, but also the work in the background in the months before the event for the club was so nice, and now during the race everybody was perfect. So I'm very happy for that, and it's very good for EFRA.
Thank you very much, and we wish you good finals on behalf of EFRA and everyone watching RCTV.
Okay, thank you. Have a good job.
Now we're going to just nip into the pits and have a look. Thanks, Javier. So follow me, and you can see we've got 2 different paddock areas here. There's a sort of a smaller one here, variety of drivers, etc. here. Just having a little bit of a chat before we get into the final runs themselves. And if we are lucky, follow me, driver's rostrum. We've had a couple of people asking, let's go, sorry, wrong side. Let's go here. A couple of people asking what it looks like from the driver's rostrum. So while it's quiet, and only while it's quiet, because we can't do this when there's people up there, we're going to go up top and give you the driver's eye view. So sorry, you're going to have to see my back for a moment because I can't climb stairs backwards. That is a skill that I've not yet quite perfected. So here you are. Now our commentary position is up to the left there. It's where we watch the track action from. This is the driver's eye view. So the closest that the cars get are right down here in front of the Jeep pit lane. And across to the left hand side, down into the grandstand hairpin and down the Shepherd Straight there. and round into the Infinity infield and across the stripe there. So this is the driver's view. You can see under here is quite dark. Oh, that's a little bit odd, hearing myself coming back on the PA. Come on down. And we'll head back down. And again, you're going to have to look at me back here. Let's see who we can spot in the pit lane. Not difficult to do, not easy to do this because I'm going to have to go back out. Harry's keeping up with me very, very well. Here we go around. Now, this is the main part of the paddock area. Apologies for looking at my back, but we've only got a limited amount of time to do that. But this before we go racing. This is the area where our top qualifier Bruno Coelho is working out of. In here, in fact, that's his car's there. Have a wander down a little bit further down. Alex Thurston is in here, one of the British drivers. And if we go all the way down to the far end, we should get to see some of the Shepherd guys. Here they are, working away very quietly. See if we can find someone to grab a hold of. Hello, sir. What's your name?
Henrik Eilers.
Hello, sir. And you're running the Shepherd gear this weekend?
Yes.
How's it been for you?
It's very nice and the track is very difficult.
Very technical track.
Yes. I come from Germany and in Germany the track are very not so we here and the grip is very difficult.
And must have a good balance to the car here?
Yes.
So it's not so much the engine, it's about the setup?
It's the setup, the engine on this track. You can buy an engine for 90 euros and I think you race in front.
Okay. Good luck for later on. Well done. And let's just pop this way. See who else we've got down here. In here. Hello, sir.
Hi.
And your name is?
Yannick Nemeslo.
Ah, yes. Of course, I say your car name. I should have seen that. Yannick, thanks for being with us this weekend. How's it been for you? How are you finding the track? It's taking its toll on the tyres, quite abrasive.
Yeah, the track is one of the, how to say, most demanding tracks I've ever driven so far. Because the track condition changes for sure because of the weather, because of the rain and all that. And it's also quite technical and that's how it is.
Good atmosphere in the paddock and the pits though. Everybody seems to be enjoying it.
Yeah, for sure. The atmosphere here is very, very nice. Everybody is nice to each other, nice racing, fair racing. And so far, I really enjoy the event.
And very close to the city centre here of Mulhouse, which is nice because it doesn't mean you have to travel too far. Are you staying at the track or are you staying in town?
We are staying here at the track, we are camping. And but the city is quite near. We were in the city in the historical museum to watch the old cars. And the evening with the gala dinner was really nice.
Yes, we didn't get invited to that. I don't know why. Good luck, Yannick. Thank you. Right, who have we got down here as well? Hello, sir. Pop round this way. I'm going to interrupt your lunch if you don't mind. Your name, sir?
Patrick now.
Hello, sir. And how's it been for you and the team this weekend?
Sorry, excuse me.
How has your weekend gone so far?
Yeah, very different, but the track is not easy to drive. The infield is very difficult, and the tires are always different. Yeah, that makes the car very difficult to drive. That's the problem, yeah.
Where do you think the most time can be gained or lost? In the centre section?
Infield, and the end of the straight.
That right-hand kink at the end of the straight, really important to get the front end to grip there.
Yeah.
And how's that been for you? Difficult?
Yeah, very difficult. But the corner speed is too slow.
Right.
Yeah.
Good luck for later on. Yeah, thank you very much. Come on, we'll go this way. Let these guys get their lunch before we get out onto the track. A lot of racing still to do this weekend. Nicely done, Harry. All of these pieces of protection because we had so much rain later on. We're going to head into the press conference now. So join us inside in the press conference in just a moment. Well, we have our B competitors here, and straight into the B final. Thomas Amand, he's very young and he doesn't speak a lot of English, so Bruno Coelho is going to translate. First of all, how old are you?
13 years
So
old.
you're fine with this. Congratulations, qualifying straight through to the B main. How have you found the track this weekend?
A little bit wet and slightly.
And will you be able to race very well on this track? How difficult is it? Sorry, you can speak your own language and Bruno will translate.
Acho.
You're going to have to get used to this if you're going to keep winning. I'll come back to you in a moment. On the other side, our SuperPole winner also doesn't speak very much English. This is Thomas Vicogne from France with the Serpent. First of all, congratulations. You won SuperPole. A lot of pressure? In French is okay. C'est plus de pression?
Yes, ouais.
In French, en français.
Ah oui, effectivement, oui. C'est à domicile, oui, un peu plus de pression, oui, effectivement. Oui.
The pressure affected him, he said, when he was out and out. Seulement 6 tours, c'est très difficile, n'est-ce pas?
Oui, oui, surtout de passer en dernier, ouais, c'était difficile. Ouais. Bon, j'ai eu de la chance, c'est que j'ai mis mon meilleur tour en deuxième tour, enfin mon meilleur temps en deuxième tour. Donc, du coup, ça m'a ça m'a soulagé.
Yes, always lots of pressure. And tous les yeux seulement à 3 pour le complete track for everyone here, yeah? Everyone was watching. Tout le monde regarde, merci.
Ah oui, oui, effectivement, oui. En plus, on les entend, vu qu'on n'a qu'une voiture qui roule, on entend la pression, elle monte assez rapidement. Oui.
Mais, aimez-vous les SuperPole, le concept de SuperPole, c'est bon, ouais?
Oui, oui, c'est vrai que ça met la pression, mais c'est vrai qu'effectivement le principe est intéressant. Ouais.
Yeah. An interesting principle, but plenty of pressure, is what he said. Final from you. Now, you've qualified as TQ for the B. Can you win? Is it possible for you to win?
Não é muito fácil de ganhar na final, porque há muita gente que é muito boa a conduzir e não. Para mim vai ser difícil.
It's not going to be easy, he said, to win, but he's going to give it his best shot. I think is basically what it came down to. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed, and thank you for trying English, and I apologise for my very bad French. Can you give a round of applause, please, to our B qualifiers? Thank you very much indeed. And if we could replace these two, please, with Bruno, you stay here because you are TQ for the Euro A's, and it was Tom Gruber, wasn't it, who was, yeah, fantastic. If you could come through from SuperPole, Bruno will replace the car. Thank you very much indeed. Tony, well done. Bruno, if I can come to you first. Fantastic run. Everybody that I spoke to earlier on in the week was saying that you were going to be the one to beat. This is a track that demands concentration to be consistent.
Yeah, of course, this track is very difficult. As I said, it's super technical. For me, I really like this track. And already in ENS, I was very, very good here and very constant. So I will try to keep it up for the final.
And the final, of course, is going to be longer. There's going to be pit stops. Are you discussing tactics, or does it just have to be split up into 5-minute chunks here?
No, for sure it will change a lot. It's not 5 minutes anymore. Now we need to concentrate for 45 minutes without any mistake, because we know every mistake can finish your race. So in qualifiers you can make one mistake. We have more qualifiers, but here no. It's just you need to drive 45 minutes without mistake, and I will try to do.
And will we see tyre changes in the final, or can you make 45 minutes? It's very abrasive out there.
Yeah, of course we must change. It's not possible to make 45 minutes in one set, so we'll see.
Okay, good luck and congratulations so far. Tony, congratulations, SuperPole. And as we said earlier on, a lot of pressure, but you got the lap done very early.
Yeah, like Bruno said, the track is really technical. So, but with the car, I feel really safe, and sure, I try to push hard on the track, but also to drive safe too. And yeah, I do a 17.6, and in the end was enough. For me, is really happy because it's the second really official race with the NTX, and I'm really happy. I really like this car, and I feel safe.
How did you find that SuperPole? You sort of went out, did a few laps, and then you took a run, come back in, and then you were straight on it again, those 6 laps. Was that the right way to do it? You seemed very, very comfortable early on.
I say to my mechanic, I want to drive a lot of laps. I come in the pit after 1 minute to refuel and then drive. So because I just like a qualification round, but yes, we had a little bit problem with the engine now in the SuperPole, a little bit lean, but was not enough to be slow. Yeah, in the SuperPole, just concentrate, drive your own race, and make the fastest lap. Show everybody look on your race and how you doing. Your heart is pumping really hard, but you have to be focused and safe. And for sure, I say the car is really safe for me. I find the car, yeah, it's my car.
You like it, good. You're straight through now into the A main. He's the guy you've got to beat. There's going to be some good drivers behind you. 45 minutes is a long time. Is there anything you can do tactically to beat him, or have you just got to try and match Bruno's pace?
Yeah, Bruno is a super fast driver and is confident. Also in the 45 minutes, he do not many mistakes. But for sure, in the final, in 45 minutes, all can happen. It's racing. And I will do my best, push hard to get Bruno. We will see in the race.
Well, we wish you good luck on that. I think everybody's going to be chasing this man. Final word, Bruno, TQ for the A main here at Mulhouse. Fantastic organisation, great track. Clearly you're enjoying the event. You've already got 1 European Championship under your belt this year. You're looking to add another one. Can you do it?
I mean, it's possible to do it because we are 10 on the final, so it's possible for all 10. Yeah, of course, I will try it to get one more to home. So everything is working perfect until now. So I want to keep it like this until the end.
Good luck to both. Please put your hands together for our top 2 qualifiers for the Euro A main. It's track action next here live on RC Racing TV, live from Mulhouse. Well, in fact, before we go racing, a time to have a proper look at this Mulhouse track. This is the exit from the pit lane, and look how tight that is. We've already seen 1 or 2 people hitting this exit curb here, and from there we head straight into this sweeping right-hand corner with the grandstands on the left of the cars. And look down here at this curb. Not only is it banked, but it's ridged as well. So you do not want to be too close to that, but you want to take a decent, tight line through there because you exit out onto the Shepherd Straight. Now, this will be the start straight as well. And look at that, stretching off down into the distance. The driver's telling us that from up on the rostrum where we were earlier on, it looks actually quite long, but from where we're watching and when the cars are at speed, actually it looks no time at all. So down the Shepherd Straight, a lot of the drivers staying right to the middle of the track here. There's lots of grip. The white lines have pretty much disappeared from the tyres. As you can see, they've been scrubbing in. And then you're setting up for this super quick right-hander, the kink at the end of the straight. Now there seems to be a bit of divergence in the drivers' minds as to whether you come all the way over to this white line here and then sweep in, or whether you go from the middle of the road. And there's a reason for that, and the reason is on the exit of the corner. But before we show you that, let's have a look at the curbing here, because there's so many different types of curbs, ones you can and can't use here at Mulhouse. Now, look down into here and you'll see that between the concrete, if we come a little bit further round in particular, there are gaps which you don't want to hit. And if I move further round the corner and into the driver's eye view, as you look straight down here, you're tracing an almost straight line. You want to be back on the power here. Don't hit this edge of the curb too much here. You can take a little bit of it, but then this is the bit you need to straight line. And if I just cross in front of the camera there, you can see the marks on the curb where people have been taking that, even taking some of the paint up, as you set up for the horseshoe in front of the paddock area. Now, effectively, this is 2 corners, not just one. It does give you a little bit of a camber here, but look at this. Again, it's banked, it's difficult, and you've got to just let it breathe in the middle of the corner. What do I mean by that? Just let it disappear, let the car disappear out. Do not hold the inside line. Look, the tarmac's quite light there. It's dark in the middle, and that's because the drivers are sweeping out to set up for this next complex of corners. So many parts of this Mulhouse track, it's not just one corner, it's 2 or 3. It's bumpy here, particularly on the racing line, and the cars are getting thrown around. But where you want to be is setting up across this curb. Now, here's another type of curb. Look how the paint comes all the way out, but it's much flatter here at the apex, so you can go across here and then tuck in tight to this right-hander as we start the Infinity infield section. But that's highly banked, and that's dangerous. We've seen cars getting flicked up and way off the racing line here. Now we move on to this long sweeping left-hander, and it is banked on the inside. You can see that the tarmac here has been roughed up because that's the line that everybody's taking, and they're trying to get on the power nice and early before they sweep out into yet another complex. Out into the middle of the road here, look at the left-hand curb, little bit of a line across the track, which is one of the joints here in the tarmac. Yes, you can take that, but here I think right in the middle of the Infinity infield is the most important corner on the track, particularly for a fast lap. From up there on the driver's stand where we were before, all you can see is red and white. But look, half of that is actually flat. This is the bit that's banked. You can easily get a full car's width onto that red and white curbing and set yourself up. The other part of this, and I'm not sure how we show this, Harry, but if you can get down nice and low, look at how the track falls away to the left-hand side of the camera. So if you aren't right on that red and white that we showed you a moment ago, your car is moving away, and it's moving away this way, which is not where you want to be, because you're setting up again here in the middle of the road for this super tight run across the stripe. Now this is a curb, another type of curb. That's more like a brick wall. Look at how extremely banked that is. You do not want to be getting your car onto that. Really going to upset it. Here's your timing line. This is where the race will finish. I do think we'll see some dives down the inside across that curbing if it's tight at the end of the race. But for a flying lap, you're going to head through this left-hand kink, which quite frankly is flat. Set yourself up on the left-hand side of the road, and I'm going to let Harry go straight down there towards the hairpin. As he comes down towards the hairpin, if you're going to come into the pits, and in the longer finals there'll be multiple pit stops, of course, then you need to stay to driver's left here. No one's going anywhere near that apex. They're sweeping around it. For a fast lap, if you're not heading into our G pit lane, you're coming all the way out to the exit, to the red, white and blue side of the circuit, and then setting yourself up for the run back down to where we started. Now, as we started to pit out, that's where we should finish. Come with me, because there's one more little trick up the sleeve of Mulhouse, which I really like. And the brave drivers, the confident drivers, the drivers who feel they've got the car under them, they're the ones that use this. Straight across this right-hand kink. It's not really a corner because they're not lifting for it. Now, let's get the low shot again, Harry, as we look at this curb here. Because this takes you in to that grandstand right-hand hairpin, which, as we've said, is important because it takes you onto the long straight. And look there at the ripples. You can just see, if you come in really tight here, where people have been grinding out the bottom of the car on those surfaces. But if you've got a car that will ride that, then you can pretty much straight line it. Look back towards the Jeep pit lane there. That's pretty much a straight line once you've come out of that right-handed hairpin, and you're running in, and you're actually only slowing down when you get to about where I'm standing now. That's one walked lap. The fast guys are doing this 18 and a half, 19 seconds. So add that up. That's a lot of laps in the final. It's qualified really well, and I think it's going to race just as beautifully. An opportunity for lots of excitement and lots of action here at Mulhouse, and it's all live here on RC Racing TV. Well, hope you enjoyed that. Got to get out of the way now because, as you can see, we've got cars on track for some free practice prior to the 16th finals, which are coming up. Because we've had such a long delay, which allowed us to get a bit of additional program done, we have free practice on the track now. So we have everybody with an opportunity to get out there and try out the conditions from earlier on. Hello to Steve O'Chang, to Kazapa, Daniel and everyone else. So free practice out on the circuit at the moment. As you can see, still one or two damp patches. As we were showing you earlier on, though, it's pretty much dry. Welcome back if you are just joining us here at Mulhouse. Great to have your company as we are counting down towards the 16th finals. Let me just run you through. None of this is for any timing that's out there at the moment, so don't worry about that. You're not missing any action. You can see from the camera shot there, it's still quite overcast. So we were hoping to get the 16th and the 8th finals off today. That's now not going to happen. It will be, though, the 16th finals. Remember, this competition has been broken up into two parts, effectively, two different events, the B event and the A event. The B event is directly into semi-finals. That will be tomorrow. The A event for the top 64 will start with the 16th, and as ever, the top three from the 16th finals will move forward to the 8th. Those 8th finals now will start our finals day schedule tomorrow morning, and from what we're led to believe, that will now start an hour earlier. So that will be at 8 o'clock Central European Summer Time, Saturday morning. So a little bit earlier for everybody. She's going to keep us on our toes, isn't it? So what we have now is free practice out there on the circuit. So you're not missing any timed action at the moment. Stay with us here on RC Racing TV. Really nice to have your company as we are counting down then to our first final action of the EFRA 1/10th track IC European Championships, brought to you with Shepherd Infinity. And we travel down to the east of France at Mulhouse here in style and comfort in the 2017 Jeep Cherokee. Hello to Hermie in Germany as well. Not sure what part of Germany you're in, Hermie. Shame you can't be here. And Kevin Poulton, who's with us as well, who's just nipped out to the chip shop and got back. Enjoy your fish and chips this Friday evening. How very traditionally British of you, Kevin. And to everyone French and Portuguese, I apologise for me mangling your lovely languages in the press conference for the TQs and the SuperPole winners earlier on. But I thought it was better to have a go than not. And particularly with little Thomas. 13 years old, that young man. So we'll try and we're not getting any times coming through, of course, because the timing isn't on at the moment. So this literally is just an open track. We have very few marshals out on the circuit at the moment, just the one or two, with the track being open as a free practice session. Hello, Steve O'Chang. Thank you very much for your kind comments about our Le Mans coverage and here on rcracing.tv. Not sure what part of the world you're in, Steve-O, but nice to know that you are tuned in. So just under an hour of open to go. So just enjoy this for a wee while. Talk amongst yourselves for a little bit, if you will. So if you are just coming back to us now, thank you for being with us and sorry for the delay. Nothing we can do about the weather, I'm afraid, but Javier our EFRA representative, being very proactive. And moving things around. And trying to get us back on time. Sure what to make of this with the drivers that are going out. James Connolly's been out on the track. Some of these drivers will be racing tonight, maybe some of them won't, if we are only going to do the 16th, so not really. Steve O'Chang in San Francisco, coming out your way shortly for the IMSA Championship at Monterey at Master Raceway Laguna Seca. Looking forward to that very busy weekend with the Conti Tyres and IMSA WeatherTech Championship, as well as, I think that's a 4-hour race for the Contis as well there, worth popping down to. Steve-O, if you can. Porsche event at Porsche Fresno as well for the CJ Wilson team and for Porsche North America early in race week, so keep your eyes open for that. So I was going to give you a look at the runners for our first 16th final, but that's a little bit away yet. This free practice just continuing at the moment, but as you can see, the track is almost dry now. One or two very, very isolated wet patches down at the horseshoe at the end of the paddock there. Huge gaggle of cars just going through, and that is pretty much dry even off the racing line now. Pit lane, still one or two people joining in as the free practice time continues. Let's continue our chat with you wherever you are around the world on the live chat. Daniel suggesting an onboard camera. Do you know what? We were just talking about that, Daniel, actually, about either getting a drone or a onboard camera. Hello to Jez Clark, by the way, also asking about the drone. I was working at an event recently out in the States for Major League Soccer and Audi, where we had one of the new DJI portables, which we could keep in the air for well over 30 minutes, and that had a 4K camera on it. It was smashing. I had a fly of that, and I fly RC helicopters when I've got the time, and it was lovely to fly, very easy. It's got an optical sensor on it as well, so you can lock onto various targets. Very impressed by it, and it packs up into pretty much the size of a water bottle, so easy to stick in a backpack and travel it. Now all I've got to do is get Nick to invest in one, or DJI to let us have one. But yes, it would be very good for our track walk, and save me having to run around the track earlier on. Still breathing quite heavily by the time I got back here. And thanks to Harry for the camera work there. Hello 1W. Good to have you back. We're in free practice. You're missing absolutely no competitive action at the moment. Tyres this weekend are controlled tyres, so one manufacturer only. And that will be foam tyres. We've got Javier up with us here. Let's stick him on the other headset here, and we'll have a chat with him. So I was talking to him earlier on, our EFRA official.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Well done for being proactive. We were talking about this a little while ago with you on the camera. Free practice now for about, what, another 15 minutes or so?
Yeah, exactly. Now we have free practice to try to drive the track to prepare for the 160. We'll race 160 at 7 o'clock, if not rain. And tomorrow we'll continue with the race program till 9 o'clock with the 1.8. And
so still starting at 9 o'clock, so not going to get early.
It's still starting at 9 o'clock.
Yay, we get a breakfast. Excellent.
And also it's good also for your breakfast, but also it's good for the driver because at 8 o'clock the track is not ready for the final.
Yes.
So for that we're going to prepare all the issues all for 1.8 tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
The track have been very good here, making sure everything has been sorted out for us. Good venue for these championships, do you think?
Yeah, I'm so happy with the menu. Also, the work that the club done during the whole week. And it's an excellent track. It's a difficult track, technical track for the drivers. Most of them told me that is one of the most difficult tracks I have seen. But no, it's a nice venue, the good grip, good track. And also, I would like to thanks to Capricorn to provide a very good quality of tires.
Yes.
But also, it's important is this kind of asphalt.
Just coming up to 6 Central European summertime for those of you tuning in around the world. Hello, Tim. Hello, San Francisco with Steve-O there. Jez Clark. Nice to know that you're all locked in. This is Javier, who is alongside us here in the commentary booth. How difficult is it to gauge, Javier, when it's dry enough? Do you consult with some of the drivers about when it's dry enough to get out there, because they don't want to put wet settings on the car, and they don't want to break motors and things like that. I say motors don't like the damp.
Yeah, some of the track is difficult to manage when the condition is not dry. It's like this chicane in just in the front of the rostrum and just in the front of the camera. And also in the final part of the main straight, also is a little bit wet, so it's very difficult to manage. Also for the curves, it's a little bit tricky. So we need to get dry condition to race properly.
The wind is helping. That is certainly helping. But it seems to be a good surface to dry, Javier. We had very heavy rain on Thursday, and I honestly, on Thursday afternoon, we were sitting here, and I didn't think we were going to get any racing. And from 4:30 onwards, we got 4 hours of racing. That was extraordinary. It's a good surface.
Yeah, that's a good surface, and also to the weather condition is more or less the track could be dry in 1 hour, no more than an hour. And also it's good because after 1 hour the grip is not so bad.
Yes.
Okay, need to improve because when the rain comes, okay, the grip is has gone. But when the track is completely dry, the grip, according to the driver, said me, is not so bad.
What's impressed me, and I come from full-size racing as well, and race a bit myself in full-size racing, only a little bit. The racing line seems to hold its grip. Normally when it's wet or damp you drive off the racing line, but the racing line here seems to be holding its grip very well.
Still on the track, exactly, yeah, you're right. Still on the right line when the track is dry, it's still on the track. So
a little chat with you here because we're in free practice at the moment, still around about 46 minutes still to go. You're part of EFRA, the European sanctioning body for this form of racing. How many events do you get to during the season, Javier?
So much that I can manage because now I'm on chair 1.8 and also 1.10. And this year I have 5 events with this one, and I need to get another one for the EFMA World Championship in Monton next month. I think I could be a big spectacular 150 drivers on the track. So it will be my last event. Now this year we can get 2 EFRA GP series, 1 Euro 40 plus, and 1 European Championship 1/10, and also a couple of races as a referee.
Yeah.
So I think I spent this year more or less 35 days on the track.
Oh, I bet that's great for your home life. Good to see 10th becoming popular again. It's a 10th IC is a great category.
Yeah, that's a great category. I think from the side from EFRA, according to the rules, we need to improve a little bit because this class is amazing. It's very nice to see this car on the track. But if you see the technical issues, it's a little bit complicated.
Yes.
And step by step is more and more complicated. So we need to think about for the future, talk with the manufacturer and also talk with the driver to try to improve in the way that is more easy and also more cheap, because that's the point.
Yes, of course, it's got to be affordable. That's a very, very good point. Just before I let you go back, we've still got plenty of time because we're in free practice at the moment. Don't worry about the times if you're watching wherever you are around the world, because there are no times at the moment. This is literally an open track just to get everybody back in and also to get the track gripped back up again. We're delighted to say that we've got our EFRA official with us, Javier, who is with us all through the weekend. Just SuperPole. I saw it for the first time today. I think it's great. The viewers, the fans seem to like it as well. Maybe just tighten up the times a little bit as one person finishes, get the next one started. That was one of the suggestions, just to squeeze the time a little bit for SuperPole.
Yeah.
But very exciting.
Yeah, I think that the SuperPole started 3 years ago. I don't remember so much. But I think a couple of ideas for the future. Maybe a good idea could be all the 4 or 5 cars on the track at the same time. Maybe 8 or 10 minutes. It could be a good idea. But okay, we're cooking a new ideas for the next, for the.
Well, I've
for
got to
the year.
say, I like the idea of one person on the track
Yeah.
with the whole track. Everybody in the paddock was watching. The pressure was huge.
Yeah. It's
And you
so
could
much.
see it on even on the good drivers. They were tense.
Yeah. That's only to see the times. The times is not the same when the driver is racing with the other drivers and we're alone. Because I think it's a little bit nervous. The pressure, as you said.
I was just hand timing the guys in their practice laps, and it was amazing how consistent they were in their practice laps. And as soon as the hooter went, it was all over the place.
Exactly.
It's a good challenge.
Yeah, of course. And the mistake comes when you are alone on the track. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Javier, for being
Thank
with
you.
us, and
Thank
thank
you.
you for keeping us up to date. Our EFRA official, who has been with us right through the weekend, and very, very proactive in making sure that we've got everything running to time. In free practice at the moment, you're watching live coverage brought to you by Shepherd Infinity and our team travelling to Mulhouse in the 2017 Jeep Cherokee 2-litre diesel 4x4. Very comfortable and very efficient running. This is a cracking circuit, as you heard the drivers saying earlier on when we spoke to them. So this is full dry conditions now, as the mechanics are watching on from the pit lane. That's Alex Thurston, I think, just kneeling down with the blue and white Pumas on, closest to us in the black and orange jacket. He'll be racing tomorrow. 10th qualifier in the A's. So into the semi-finals for him. Just watching, trying to see what he can learn. Happy with his performance, he said when I spoke to him a little earlier on during the break. So free practice continues. Getting a little chillier here at the Minicar Club of Mulhouse. Ash has relieved the catering operation of all of its chips now. There are none left. And I've drank all the coffee, I think. So, welcome if you are joining us. It's been another rain-affected day, I'm afraid. We got up to the lunch break without any problems at all through all of our qualifying. The fifth set of qualifying and the SuperPole ran just before 12:30, pretty much spot on time, actually. And we were meant to get underway with the 16th and 8th finals at around about 4 o'clock this afternoon local time. It's now coming on to 20 past 6, so we're a good couple of hours behind. Now I have some times coming through, but only annoyingly, they're only the driver numbers. But let's see what sort of best times. Well, we're seeing times down in the low 18s at the moment. 18 flat is the best time on the screen. I've only got the transponder numbers though, so I can't tell you who that is. But at least it gives us an idea of what's going on. 18 3s, 18 6s, 18 8s by the guys at the front of the field. Cruyff 73's back in with a cup of coffee. Not much action in the pits at the moment. Harry, I wonder if we can just go up to the skies, please. I'm not on you at the moment, and just have a look at the situation. Super. That'll do nicely. That's what it looks like overhead at the moment, and let me tell you, that is much, much better than it was earlier on. And it has been far darker than that. So just come down and have a look at the circuit again. We'll put you another wide view on there as the pace across that chicane right in front of us, and then into the area in front of the grandstand, just to the camera left there. Very, very quick indeed. But that wide shot there, looking across the Infinity infield section with the Shepherd Straight just to the left, heading up towards the kink. Very, very good indeed. Super Kawazu saying the lines don't seem that efficient coming out of the hairpin in front of the pits, that surely they should run out to the pit wall. Well, some of the drivers will do. It's about trying to straighten up that run into the 180-degree corner just underneath our feet here. Pit lane just starting to get busy again. One or two people popping in, making a few adjustments. Is that Roger Fessler's car in there? Orange and white, I think it is. But we'll see him if it is in our first final. First 16th final. Now, this is the horseshoe. So if you look up in the top right-hand corner, you'll see the cars coming down the Shepherd Straight and into the kink. And then they just disappear out of frame for a moment before they reappear. And that hairpin is impressive. And then into the S's and onto the Infinity infield section. Can use those curbs there. Well, possibly not quite as much as that driver did there. Getting a bit of airborne action. Our early finals, the low finals as they're called, are 20 minutes. And you need to get at least 5 minutes out of a tank of fuel. So we will be seeing pit stops. That's why we have that shot right there. And the fuel must be done behind the red line. You've just seen that car come in. The mechanics must stay behind the red line. Here's another car coming in, and that's going for a little bit of service. If you're not familiar with this, it's an injection fuel system. Goes right in through the top of the car. Oh, a little bit of, looks like that is a bit of mixture adjustment that was going on at the back. There's the fuel. And going in on the 3 car there. Now, is that Jiraj Hoody's car? Not sure. It's definitely throwing out a little bit of smoke at the moment. But that is where the action and races can be won and lost in the pit lane. With the scale racing just as in full size. My background, for those that don't know, is endurance racing primarily. Although I was doing the Porsche Super Cup from Hungary for Sky F1 a couple of weekends ago. Last weekend I was at Road America for the IMSA series. So a couple of longer races there. So I'm very used to seeing the pit stops playing an integral part of what's going on. And there will be a referee in the pit lane to make sure those refueling stops take place correctly. When we get to the longer finals, the 45-minute finals, there will be tyre changes too. This is quite an abrasive circuit. The cars move around quite a lot. So, 75 milliliter tanks for around about 5.5. We've seen people do 6 minutes in the past. Maybe even a little bit more. Of course, the longer you can go, if you save a pit stop, that, just like in any form of racing, is very, very good news indeed. What you can't afford to do, of course, is go too slowly and waste time on the track, because as you'll see, the fuel stop is very quick indeed. Although that said, the pit lane entry, as you saw from the track walk earlier on, is very, very tight, and the exit, it's narrow, and because it's such a fast run out of the corner in front of the pits and down to the first right-hander underneath us, you do lose time in the pits. Super Kawazu asking what compounds they're on for this race. It is a control tyre. So just one tyre supplier and compound for the race. So no choices for the drivers to make. And you can have as many as you want for the weekend. They all are measured by the officials beforehand, so there's no shaving of tyres or anything like that. And the tyres can be checked at any time. Tom Christ have to start with the same size. The tyres have a specification, Tom, that they need to be in. Obviously, it would be wise to check them to make sure they're true, but very little allowed to be done to tyres. It is a spec and control tyre formula here. There's a very small margin for the tyre spec. 64 rear, 62 fronts. Tim, sorry, telling me. I'm keeping my hands in my pockets at the moment because it's chilly, so I haven't got a chance to go to the spec sheet. Let's keep our fingers crossed that we can get racing shortly. About 5 or 6 minutes here on a tank of fuel. We've seen just over 6 in the past. I was talking to the drivers earlier on, and you've got to get 5. Races break down normally into 5-minute chunks. 20 minutes for the lower finals, 45 minutes for the big finals. That's a lot of concentration. Live coverage then of free practice before the 16th final. I'm sorry to have to tell you, there's a sprinkle of rain in the air, with the track pretty much completely dry now, other than a little stretch just out of the corner in front of the entrance to the G pit lane. Hello to Julius. And right turn lover. Hello RTL. Good to have you in. New to this size of racing. Yes, normally 1-to-1 scale for RTL. No minimum pit stop time. You're absolutely right. Car has to be taken out of the pit lane. Let me just show you the pits, RTL. See the guy standing. Here's the perfect example. That car's got to go outside of the pit lane. Now, that's not a fast pit stop, so there's something the matter, or they're making some changes to the mixture or perhaps the setup. But see, just in the very top left-hand side under the EFRA sign, 1 or 2 coming in. Has to be taken outside and behind the red line to be refueled before they send back out. Rain is... Thank you. Rain is in the air. Sorry, I didn't punch that up for you. So those guys are taking the cars out the pit lane. Rain in the air. The slow pit stops that you're seeing there, RTL. So this is free practice for the 16th final. Anyone allowed out on track this evening, even if you're not racing till tomorrow. And I think it's getting heavier. Let's go back to the wider shot. Difficult to see. But as everyone is coming in off the track, Let's have a look down at the horseshoe. I want to see if we can see any water. Still got one or two drivers out on the track. Difficult conditions at the moment, but most of them heading to the pit lane, and most of the people in the pit lane heading away from it. Oh dear. Now, if this is a passing shower, we might get away with this. If it isn't, I've got a feeling this will be called. We were supposed to be racing. That's the cause of the problem. The wind blowing in across the circuit, as you can see from the tricolour. And the European flag track is closed. Organising club are telling us the track is closed. Best time out there, by the way, was a 17.9 in that session. And the decision has been taken to call it a day, I'm afraid. Well, I'm very sorry about that. What a shame. Eight o'clock tomorrow morning. Well, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. The shower is deemed too heavy, and we have closed the circuit for the evening. So back at an hour earlier. I thought we were going to get a later breakfast and a bit of a lie-in, but apparently not. It will be 8 o'clock for the 16th finals, should I say. So it's a little bit of sadness here, as we thought we were going to get at least one set of finals off this Friday, but the weather gods, I'm afraid, not with us here at Mulhouse. We are calling it a day. No more track action. Thanks to Shepherd, Infinity and Jeep. And on behalf of Ash and Harry, I'm John Hindorf. Thanks for joining us today. Join us again bright and early. As Julius has just said, weather is weather. It certainly is. We're going to get the covers on the equipment here in our broadcast. And here's a look at what's happening outside on the circuit as we leave you with some pictures of Mulhouse. And we'll give you a fond farewell. See you in the morning. Bye for now.